Booyakasha. We're alive. Hauling all the cargo. Am I echoing? I think it's just because I have my TV on. Let me see here. Yeah. Let's do this thing.
Quantum travel complete.
What is that? This thing coming in hot. We got a Corsair, Andromeda. Is that an Atlas? Two Atlases. And an Atlas over here.
Engines on. Quantum fuel 100%. Launch complete.
the ASOP vehicle retreat. Your vehicle has been moved to our store. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retreat. Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again. Bye.
Just saw that you completed that contract. Thank you so much, and hope to work together again soon.
Let's watch something while we wait for the contract.
Wanted to say in the report here. So we're here today to submit a complaint with the POSTC, Connecticut Police Officer Standards and Training Council. Here's the report here. Here's the complaint here. We're trying to speak to somebody to get former Sergeant Brian Fahey's certification to be a law enforcement officer here in the state of Connecticut revoked. As we've all seen, over millions of people have witnessed. Brandished a firearm, spat in my face. You can see over
He
here in the
didn't brandish it,
auditorium,
actually.
they are
He held it by his side,
conducting a training session right
which
there.
is the legal
Again,
opposite.
we're here to... Hey, sir, who are you?
He knew what he was doing.
Who are you, sir?
Who are you?
You came to speak to me.
Who are you? You have your credentials on?
The spitting, though, that was weird.
Oh, I was let in.
I guess
So
he just
who are
figured
you?
he
Who
could
are
get
you,
away
sir?
with
By
it.
who?
Who are you, sir?
By who?
I don't know anybody's name. Nobody wants to give me their names
All right.
like you.
You need to exit this is a secured building. You need to exit the building immediately. There is no videotaping. There's a sign
I'm here
right there.
to-
It
I'm
says
here
no
to speak
audio or
with-
videotaping it at all. You need to exit the building
That's not a
immediately.
law. This is
You need to
a...
exit the building immediately.
Right, but I'm here to see a public office.
Exit
The public...
the building immediately.
Am I
This is
in
not
the-
a public
Am I in the
office.
wrong
This is-
space? Is this where the Connecticut Police Officer Standards and Training Council
This
is?
is not it. No. Goodbye.
Yeah, this is where it is.
Sir.
Do you mind if I get your name before I leave, sir?
No, you can leave.
Sawyer?
Just watch your step.
Good. Out the door.
But
This is a secured building.
This is where the Connecticut
This is a
Police
secured building. You are not allowed in here. It says it right in there. No audio, no recording. Goodbye.
Connecticut Police Officer
good day.
Standards and Training Council.
Have a good day.
Is that where this office is?
Have a good day.
Sir, I'm not a threat to you. I'm a journalist. I'm asking questions. I wanted to submit this complaint.
Have a good day.
This,
Go.
I am in the process of leaving, but I'm asking some
Good. You
questions.
can keep walking. We're not answering any questions. Have a good day.
Sir, this is where the Connecticut Police Officer Standards and Training Council
You can
is,
film
correct?
from the outside.
Yeah,
sir.
good.
All you want.
You
Right.
can film right in front of, and that's
All right, I'm out of the building now.
That's fine.
This is the address where I
all the
got.
way out.
I am out of the building.
So we can
sir.
close the door, sir.
Thank you.
This is a secured facility. This is a secure building. This is not.
It's not so secure if I got
Yes,
here,
it
right?
is.
If I walked in.
Doesn't matter.
Close the door now, sir. Okay, thank you.
You see
Sir,
key code?
where
You need a
is-
key code to get in?
I didn't enter a key code.
Hi, guys.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know where the Connecticut Police Officer Standards and Training Council gives this address and it says it's open to the public from 9 to 4, sir.
So this building isn't open to the general public.
But this is. Do you know where the Training Council is, sir? Excuse me. Oh, that was a warm welcome. So just to be clear, the Connecticut Police Officer Standards and Training Council, the complaint for verifications of such certification, I looked it up online, and I was told to come here, 285 Preston Avenue, Meriden, Connecticut. It said that it was open from 9 to 4 to submit a complaint. That's what I was trying to do. They said it's a secure building. We walked right in without any issues. I mean, I don't really get it. It has a sign literally for visitors over here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Administrative assistant. I'm gonna have to get my cell phone, or do you have your phone on you, Leroy?
Yeah, I do.
Do you mind if I use it? Well, wasn't that a warm welcome?
That was bizarre. I mean,
Very
aggressive.
weird.
Very, very aggressive, too. By the way, what happened to your other cameraman?
My other cameraman, I now have Leroy Truth from Leroy Truth Investigations here. So he also does not have a hood and a mask, as the state police were saying. They falsely stated in the report that my cameraman had a mask and a hood. There were so many false statements made in the Internal Affairs report, it'll make your head spin. And Colonel Daniel Loffman, the commanding officer of the Connecticut State Police, thought that it was a fair, accurate a depiction of what happened and gave a lot of context. You know, it gave context, but just false context. You know, his department are liars. That's what they are. So again, my cameraman obviously does not want to engage in these sort of journalistic activities anymore. He's actually traumatized seeing a therapist over this entire scenario. So Leroy here, he's got the heart of a lion, and as you can see, why he'd be scared. We walked into a public building. They say it's restricted, but they opened the door for us. They had no problems with it. Apparently, I mean, it wasn't restricted. We got in. How did we get there? They always say it's restricted, you know, and then we just walked in. We were let in by an employee here. And again, this is the address I get. I wanted to make a complaint with the Connecticut POSTC, the training council, to revoke former Sergeant Brian Fahey's certification. And apparently that office doesn't exist. I mean, we'll see. Let's call the administrator right now. Hey, I'm just recording for quality assurance and transparency. Ma'am, I am trying to speak to somebody from the POSTC council. I was told that it's here at the State Police Academy. I'm looking to speak to somebody regarding submitting a complaint for revocation of an officer certification per Connecticut General Statute. I was told that I can do that, submit a complaint here. So I'm just outside and I wanted to figure out what was that process.
Okay, so what is your name, please?
Sure, my first name is Sean Paul, Seanpaul. That's one word, ma'am. And then my last name is Reyes, Reyes.
Okay, so you're out front if you want to submit a...
Yeah, I have documentation, a flash drive. Just, I saw the complaint form on your website. It says you guys were open, at least I don't know if you work for the POSTC, but it says the office was open from, I believe, 9 to 4. So I just wanted to stop by here and submit the complaint per the Connecticut General Statute that allows for that.
Okay, so normally we're not open to the public. Our headquarters is open to the public in Middletown, but I could certainly reach out to the executive director and see how we
Yeah, what's the proper way? Yeah, it wasn't very clear online, but I know there is a statute that provides for a member of the public submitting a complaint for investigation by the POSTC, the training council. So I just, whatever authority that statute has, when I Googled your office, it didn't come back, it came back to this office here in Meriden at the police academy.
Okay, let me just check with him and
Sure.
what's your number? I can give you a call back.
Sure, my number's, yeah, I'll be waiting here. I don't know if it's here or another location, but I'll just wait here until I get your call back. Thank you, ma'am. What was your first name again?
My name is Lois.
Lois. Thank you, Lois. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
You're
Bye-bye.
welcome. Let me find out for you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so we just got off the phone with Lois, who apparently works in the, she's the administrative assistant. As you could see there, very nice woman. She was very cordial, very professional, very polite with us. That's how all public servants should be with members of the public. Again, we were let into the building. Let's be very clear. We were allowed into the building. I Googled the address for the POSTC, the training council, and it brought me here. She says there's a headquarters. Obviously, there is some sort of office here for the POSTC, the Connecticut Training Council, but there's some office here that exists. Maybe there is a headquarters we can go to. I don't know, but I think the behavior and the conduct of the Connecticut State Police, very aggressive for, they could have just answered who they were. Who are you? No, who are you? No, all the back and forth of just a polite conversation. We were right in the lobby of the building. We were let in. De-escalation works wonders. Hey, sir, how are you? They asked me for my credentials, and I actually brought my credentials today, courtesy of freepresspass.com. Printed this out earlier today. I normally don't carry credentials, as you all know, because they're useless. I mean, only people who believe in credentials are the people who don't understand the United States Constitution and the First Amendment. But, let's play by their game. Let's play by their game and see how far it gets us. And our credentials didn't get us anywhere, so didn't get us anywhere. And I brought the man with the suit and a tie as the cameraman over here, Leroy Truth Investigation. Again, he wasn't Mike, original cameraman, wasn't as well dressed as Leroy, but he sure wasn't wearing a mask and a hood. But we'll wait for a call back and we'll see what happens. I'm looking. Are you what the POSTC?
My name is Tom Wider. I'm the executive director of the Connecticut Police Academy.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, sir. My name is Sean. Nice to meet you. And your name, ma'am?
Jessica.
Jessica. Nice to meet you, Jessica. So I'm here. Thank you for your card. So I'm here just to speak with somebody. When I Googled the POSTC, the Connecticut State Police Training Council, it brought me here, and per Connecticut General Statute, I wanted to file a complaint against a former police sergeant, Brian Fahey, for his conduct while he was a state police officer. I brought some documents and some evidence to submit. I'm not a lawyer, but I looked at there's a mechanism via the Connecticut General Statutes to submit that complaint directly to the POSTC, the Training Council. Are you familiar with that?
Well, sure, of course we are.
Okay, I don't know, sir.
we don't accept revocation requests from the general public. We only accept revocation requests from chief law enforcement officials of law enforcement units in Connecticut.
Okay, the statute doesn't allow a member of the public to submit a complaint?
Well, you can submit a complaint. This is not, the Post Council, Post Academy is not an investigative body per se. So if there was a revocation request to be submitted here, it would come from a chief law enforcement official from a law enforcement unit.
But it doesn't specifically state that in the statute from what I'm, from the way I'm familiar, the way I read it.
The Post Council has, let's see, they will request from. That is actually.
So it's an internal policy.
It's a Post Council. Post Council is an appointed body.
Okay. Can I just grab the law here, the actual? I just want to show you something. I left it over here. Sorry.
Sure.
Sort of make sure we're talking about the same thing. So I was submitting the complaint pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 7-294D.
Yes.
That's the same statute we're talking about.
Yes.
And I would just give some. So your internal policy at the Training Council does not allow for a member of the public to submit a complaint against an officer for conduct unbecoming that would.
Right. So I mean, if we're talking about a complaint per se, right? Not revocation. We don't investigate complaints against officers. We frequently receive complaints here from the public because they think this might be a landing spot to send them. We refer them typically back to the agency where an officer is employed. If we're talking about revocations, again, it's the Post Council's standing policy that they only accept revocation requests from the chief law enforcement official for law enforcement unit, which is typically the chief of police or
in this case, the colonel,
right,
the commanding officer,
the colonel of the state
commissioner,
police is the chief
law enforcement official, the colonel, Daniel Loffman. Okay, but there's no mechanism for dealing with you guys directly because the colonel, the chief law enforcement officer for the Connecticut State Police, he issued an internal affairs report. He signed off on an internal affairs report about this incident, but it's full of inaccuracies and false statements. And again, I was reading the statute, and it doesn't provide for the complaint has to come from a chief law enforcement officer.
Well, first of all, I can't speak for Colonel Lockman or process. No comment on that. But again, this is the policy here at the Academy. It's the policy established by the Post Council, which has authority over certification, decertification, revocation.
And the Post Council is made up of
22 appointed people. 7294 outlines all of the appointments and where they have to come from to be considered for an appointment.
Okay, so it's 22 individuals. Are they law enforcement individuals?
I believe 8 of them are chiefs of police. The governor of our state has a lot of the appointments.
Okay.
Members of the General Assembly, Senator Pro Tem has an appointment. It's all listed in the statute.
Okay. All right, well, if that's the internal policy, I mean, there's nothing I could do. I really appreciate you coming out and speaking with me. And, I just, again, when I Googled, I did a quick Google search of, where the office was. I wasn't aware that this is somehow a restricted building to the public.
Yeah, I mean, this is a public building, but we don't service the public, right? It's an academy. We teach police officers, we teach recruits. The members of the public come here by invitation for certain functions, yes. But it's not a facility, again, that we serve the public from.
Okay. All right. All right, sir. So I will look into this. Is there a different office for the POSTC, or this is the main office?
No, this is it.
This is
25
it.
personnel.
Because when I was speaking to Lois on the phone, she said that there was a headquarters.
Well, headquarters, yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with this, just a few minutes down the street.
Oh, that would
the
be
desk
the
headquarters.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So
We're
the
one of the
POSTC is under the desk, or is a separate agency?
It's a body with separate and distinct authority.
Right.
But it is connected to DESP and it's connected to police
And I just
and
wanted
the
to-
academy staff.
Because, you know, this officer is no longer an officer with the state police anymore. The certification is for any law enforcement agency inside of the state of Connecticut, correct? Not just the state police.
Correct. Any police officer in the state of Connecticut is certified through post council.
And there is no way that your office or the POSTC, the training council, can initiate. There's no other than a chief law enforcement officer. I just want to understand.
Yes.
So there is no other mechanism for the training council to look into a officer being decertified for his conduct without a chief of police from any agency or just his agency?
His or her agency. There's one caveat to that. The inspector general will also
The inspector general
request.
sounds
Yes,
like that's my
depending on
next stop.
circumstances.
Okay, inspector general. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate your time today. Thank you for coming out and taking my questions, being cordial. Thank you so much, ma'am. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we just spoke with the director of the State Police Training Academy here, the director of this building. I will give him credit for coming out and speaking to us and being cordial and answering all my questions. You know, that's all we really ask for, is for somebody to be cordial and treat us with respect and acknowledge our requests. And he did that. He came out here and he answered our questions, and that's important. And he even admitted that this is a public building, not generally open to the public, but not some sort of prison, you know, no high security facility here. Very cordial, very nice. Apparently there's an internal policy. I'm not an attorney, so the Connecticut General Statute 7-29(4)D is related to the Police Officer Standards and Training Council. And it gives them the authority to look into law enforcement officers in Connecticut, analyze their misconduct, and revoke or suspend an officer's certification for conduct undermining fitness to serve, dishonesty, abuse of authority, or violations of the Post-C Code of Ethics and Professional Standards. I think that former Sergeant Brian Fahey violated every single one of those standards. We're going to keep reporting. A lot of people say, you know, hey, you've been reporting on this Fahey situation for a while. This is a major story. This is the story of 2025. This is my mission. This is my goal until accountability is had, which is why I came here to revoke his certification so he can never be a law enforcement officer in the state of Connecticut again. It's very important to follow up. It's very important to chase these stories and to investigate these stories and to make sure that accountability is had, because if not, we're just posting videos of crazy, wild encounters of unhinged police officers. It's all about the follow through. And we're going to continue to do that. You know, after my questions, he did say that the Inspector General can submit a complaint for revocation. So we're going to go to the Inspector General's office and give him all this information, and hopefully they do the right thing, so stay tuned. So they told me the other person that could submit a recommendation for decertification would be the Inspector General of Connecticut. So Inspector General Prescott, he was actually just appointed July 1st, 2025. So we came down to the only known address for him and his office, which is the Division of Criminal Justice here right behind me. So we're gonna try and see if we can speak to him, get some answers, you know, submit our complaint. I'm not gonna hold my breath. These government buildings are locked down, but we'll see what we can do. Let's get into it.
Hi, we're here to see that.
Hi, the Inspector General. His office. Inspector General's office, I was told, is here.
They are not in this office.
No?
They have the protected address. Okay.
Inspector General.
Yes. Hold on. We'll get you the on-call inspector for the day because they'll be able to help you.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Hey, how are you, sir? My name is Sean Paul Reyes. What's your name?
We'll check.
Nice to meet you. Inspector General. Inspector General. Thank you, sir. Hello. Excuse me. So I went to the Connecticut Police Officer Standards Training Council. I was looking to
part of the Connecticut General Statute 729 4D to submit a complaint that would revoke certification of a law enforcement officer. So I was recently attacked by a law enforcement officer, former sergeant. He now is retired, former sergeant. He was an active duty Connecticut State Police officer, former Sergeant Brian Fahey. So I wanted to submit a complaint against him. I had some documents here. They told me to come speak to the Inspector General's office. Do you guys work out of that office?
No.
You guys are just...
The Chief State Certificate office.
Right, but this is the address that's given for the Inspector General.
I can take whatever you want and just turn it in, or you can scan it, email it, or you can mail it. Whatever you like.
Is the Inspector General like under the Chief State's Attorney? Like, is that, or is it like a separate agency? Like, I know his name's
under the same
Judge
umbrella.
Elliott or something like that. He was just appointed in July 1st. But it's under the same umbrella as the Division of Criminal Justice.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, this is for the.
For a complaint.
Yeah, for the Chief State's Attorney, the Office of the Chief State's Attorney.
Yeah, we don't work for the Inspector General.
Is his office here?
No.
His office isn't here, the Inspector General? Okay. Yeah, if you
I
want.
put it in an envelope, we can get it.
Yeah.
Put his name on it if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Get you an envelope.
Yeah, sure. I have a flash drive too.
Oh, yeah, whatever you want to put. You
Right.
seal it up and then
Perfect.
we'll make sure it gets to where it's got to go.
I appreciate that,
All right,
sir.
hang on a
Thank you.
second.
Yep, thank you. So apparently the Inspector General's office is unknown to the public. I can't even find it on Google. It's only a mailing address. I'm gonna mail him some documents as well, but his official duties are to investigate use of force, failure to intervene, investigate law enforcement officers, and then decertify them if that is the case, or recommend decertification to the Office of Police Officer Standards and Training Council, POSTC, which we tried to speak to earlier. As you saw, we were greeted by very unfriendly law enforcement officers, very unfriendly public servants that didn't like the fact that we were there asking questions, trying to get some accountability. So now we're here at the Criminal Justice Division, the Division of Criminal Justice, Office of the Chief State's Attorney. I've been here before, didn't have very good experience here last time I was here, which seems to be the case everywhere here in Connecticut. But, you know, we're trying to get some accountability. Doesn't seem like we can get accountability.
That should take it up.
Yeah, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to put it in there?
Yeah.
With a marker, you put the name of who you want it to, and we'll get it through the inter-office mail and get it to where it's got to go.
Perfect. Big envelope.
Didn't know how much stuff there.
I appreciate it.
So you get a memory stick too, you want to throw in there?
Yeah, I just want to throw in a flash drive or some video evidence.
You want to seal it? So you just
Yeah. Yeah, just gonna put this back in.
Yeah, yeah. We'll get it in the inter-office mail and put it to where it's got to go. Prescott. Last name.
Prescott. He was just appointed, correct?
Yes, sir.
July 1st. So
This.
perfect.
How's that, Frank? Anything else we can do for you?
Thank you, gentlemen. No, that's it. I
All right.
appreciate all the help. today.
No worries. Have a great day.
All right, take care. Well, that's all we can do, right? That's all we can do. We have to operate within this sort of back and forth. You can't speak to anybody directly as far as the Inspector General. They don't even work with the Inspector General. So we handed them over. We did what we could do. At least they could say that, they can't say that we didn't give them every opportunity to do the right thing. So again, you know, guys, we're going to keep doing the best we can. We're going to get answers. We're going to try and get accountability one way or another. We've got to try all our options. So stay tuned to the channel. Peace.
So basically, only the cops can revoke a cop. The board is a facade. They only take recommendations from the police themselves. He even admitted that the public goes there to get accountability for the police, and they tell them to fuck off and go see the police to hold themselves accountable. He even admitted to it. Oh shit, man, that's fucking awesome. That is so awesome.
I got it too.
Get out.
Don't touch me.
Get.
No.
Get.
Nope, you're recorded, sir.
That guy right there is the chief deputy of the Cabell County, West Virginia Sheriff's Department. This brand new viral video shows how he treated two women who merely attempted to film he and his deputies mistreating a homeless man who was being arrested.
They slammed that guy's head on the sheriff's door. He was peacefully going.
You saw this?
Yes, that's when my phone came out. We were just recording. He was like, that's obstruction.
You're going to get arrested for obstruction. Leave.
We were like, you know, we're not interfering with what you have going on. Then that's when he took Emily and like drug her over to around here.
You want a set of handcuffs? Come on.
He's pointing his finger like at me because he wanted me to stop recording him and I wouldn't.
Apparently there's no body cam footage showing what actually happened here. They walked this guy to a spot where none of the surveillance cameras were pointing. So I went there to that scene myself to interview witnesses and also to the sheriff's department to see if they would tell me what happened or give me any information at all. I'll tell you what I know, whether any constitutional rights were violated, and what is happening next. As many of you know, I use Ridge wallets forever. They sponsored the channel, and I use them since 2022. But when a new wallet company, Extra, reached out to me, I gave it a try. I'm now all in on the Extra, and here's why. It's got a button, you press the button, and boom, your cards sort of flare out, and you just pick the one you want. The Ridge doesn't do that. It also has a more classy, business-like option that has premium leather and has additional little hidden spaces you can put things. Extra sent me both the minimalist metal one and also the premium leather one. I have to say I went with the premium leather. I've been using it most of 2025, and I'm a big fan of it so far. Extra also just recently sent me their travel pack vacuum kit, which came in handy last week on my trip to Florida because I took extra kids with me and there was very limited cargo space, and it worked fantastic. And not only did I have enough room, but it also kept my clothes from getting wrinkled because it just sort of stayed exactly how I put them in. So here's the deal for my audience. You can get an extra 10% off right now on top of their current site-wide deals. Extra 10% using code TCRL at checkout. I'll put the link below. Again, highly recommend. Now let's get back to this video. This incident actually occurred just across the street from the Cabell County Courthouse, which is beautiful, by the way, and that is where the Cabell County Sheriff's Office is located. This happened just across the street at the location of a homeless shelter. Now, I want to come back to the incredible things that I've learned about the homeless situation that's happening right now in Huntington, West Virginia. But that's sort of the backdrop of what's happening here. On August 5th of 2025, this woman named Amelia Berg, a licensed independent clinical social worker, was standing on this public sidewalk, Huntington, West Virginia. She was merely filming an arrest taking place by Cabell County Sheriff's deputies. My understanding is that it was a homeless man being arrested on a felony arson warrant. As she's filming, she was forcibly grabbed and threatened with arrest for obstruction by Chuck Zirkle, who is the chief deputy and former sheriff of the Cabell County Sheriff's Office. The footage that you're about to see was actually recorded by the second woman, who was extremely fascinating. Her name is Kelly, and she works with the homeless, which she is in a unique position to do because she was homeless herself. She was one of the few who was able to successfully get back on her feet. And as of today, I believe she has been sober for 7 years now. So she filmed this footage. She had nothing to do with the arrest. She did not know the guy being arrested. She just saw something that caused her to pull out her phone and start recording. And this is the uncut, unedited footage that she filmed.
I got it too. Don't touch me.
Get.
No.
Get.
Nope, you're recorded, sir.
Get out of here. Clean this trash up and get out of here.
Did somebody get him? Put his hands on me. I have it recorded too.
Out of here. Leave. You're going to get arrested for obstruction. Leave. Leave.
We're just recording what you're doing to it.
Come on.
Here he comes back again.
Move out in front of this brown building. It is county property. It's not yours. Move on up.
Is it public, sir? Is it public?
Just move out of here.
Don't touch. I'm just asking if it's public.
Whose buggy's that?
Okay. We just work here.
You think this is acceptable?
I work here.
But no, but they're humans.
I'm not saying they're not, but trash is not good.
My team goes on back, please.
This is not acceptable.
I know.
And I got it on recording.
I touched you.
I have it on record.
I didn't hurt you.
I have it on record.
Nature. You're doing obstructions. You just go back to your job.
Let me get the definition of Judge State.
I've learned in my career that when analyzing police interactions, video is so important, but really the only thing that video is lacking is it's not the same as actually going there to the spot and seeing it for yourself. That actually does add a lot of important context to understanding the situation. And I'm glad that I ended up doing that here, because when I went to the actual spot, one of the things that was very obvious to me is that the building where this happened, they arrested the guy and walked him sort of around the corner, and that is where the use of force occurred. And being there in person, I could see that there were these two very prominent surveillance cameras on two different sides of this building right there on the corner. The way that they were situated, it appears that the arrest that took place happened outside of those cameras. Also, the cameras that I think are in front of the homeless shelter, since they arrested the guy there, walked around the corner, those cameras also did not capture the allegations of them slamming this guy's head into the police cruiser. And despite the fact that this sheriff's office, I believe, was given a grant of almost $400 million to start their body cam program, the regular traffic cops all have their body cams. Here we're dealing with the chief deputy, who of course is not wearing a body cam, and I believe nobody involved in this interaction was wearing a body cam, so we have no footage from them documenting whether or not they slammed this guy's head into a police car. That's where it's very important to preserve eyewitness accounts of what happened as soon as possible. Thankfully, this woman, Kelly, was willing to talk to me on camera about what she saw. Here is our conversation, which took place right at the site of the incident.
What happened before, like, the cameras were on?
Okay, so I guess a guy was being arrested and he went peacefully to the cop car.
Did you know who it was?
I personally don't know who the client is. I happened to be walking to the courthouse, and then that's when it all happened.
What was the first thing that you saw?
Him getting arrested, and there was like 4 cop cars, and then
When you say him getting arrested, what did you see?
he went peacefully. Like, he stood up, put his hands behind his back, and
Where
they arrested him like underneath our shelter building, and walked him to the cop car that was parked right here. And then
And you saw all that?
yeah, and then like we of course moved out of the way to let him through and stuff. And then Sheriff Circle came over, like ran across the street from the courthouse and started yelling at like all the clients, saying it was like trashy, nasty over here. Like,
Is this before the cameras turned on?
this is when the cameras. In the meantime, they slammed that guy's head on the sheriff's door. Like, it took like 3 to 4 of them to slam that guy's head from the door, and he was peacefully going.
You saw this?
Yes, and that's when, like, after him yelling, and then they slammed his head, that's when my phone came out. And then Circle did not like that. And so Emily, I'm sure you're familiar with Emily, she pulled her phone out too. And all we were doing was recording how he was acting. Because the client was going peacefully, there was no reason
Was he handcuffed?
Yeah.
Was he fighting with them, or did
Nope,
he
no.
appear to be resisting?
Nope. He was like when I say peacefully going, like he didn't even say a word. He just stood up, put his hands behind his back, and went.
And they just slammed his head
Yeah.
into the cruiser.
Like he was angry about something.
Who was angry?
The cops.
Did
Or the sheriff.
Did you hear them saying anything?
No, other than Zirkle screaming at everybody.
So while he was handcuffed, you saw them slam his head towards them. And in response to that, then you pulled out your camera and started filming.
Yeah. We were just recording. He was like, that's obstruction. And we were like, you know, we're not interfering with what you have going on. And then that's when he took Emily and like drug her over to around here and acted like he wasn't going to handcuff her, but he didn't. And let her come back, and then he pointed, like if you watch the video, like he's pointing his finger like at me because he wanted me to stop recording him, and I wouldn't.
Had you ever had any encounters with him before?
No.
Now, Zirkle wasn't involved initially. You saw him run across the street.
Yeah, and he started yelling at everybody down the strip about trash and.
Now, is that something that they've been here about before?
There was like a news article where the sheriff, or cops, I don't know if they were sheriffs or HPD, had came and threw away belongings of clients that had like her identification cards in it, had money in it, and they came and like took the shopping carts away from him.
Has this facility been here for a long time?
Yeah.
But this
I
is
think 30 plus years.
So this is nothing new as far as people on the sidewalk?
What is it?
As far as all the people on the sidewalk here, like is that new or has this been this way for a long time?
It's been that way. It's because like people, they either stay at like the city mission or the low barrier shelter. So usually during the day they're not allowed. I don't know like why. I think they're supposed to be like doing stuff for themselves, like birth certificates, ID, stuff like that. And they come here to get like food and stuff.
Has there always been like a large homeless population in Huntington? Someone was telling me they were busing people in here from elsewhere. Is
Yeah,
that true?
yeah, that's true.
How recently has that been happening?
I've been in the field for about a year now, so at least since I've been around.
And why Huntington?
I guess they're just hearing that we can house them easy.
I mean, nobody was recording just this guy being arrested. The phones came out because
Because
of
of
the
his
violence.
actions, yeah.
Okay, so you were.
Because we don't typically get involved in things like that because we're not supposed to.
You didn't even know who was being arrested.
Yeah, like I didn't even, like I was minding my business, doing my job and going to the courthouse to do what I was supposed to be doing. And then all this happened and I was like, this is not okay.
As far as you know, like they didn't get called here because somebody told them.
Yeah. They knew what they were looking for somebody in pain.
They were looking for that guy. This is where he was.
So I find it highly credible that you have two witnesses who had nothing to do with the arrest. This particular witness did not even know the guy had been arrested, was not filming until she saw what she perceived as the cops slamming this guy's head into the police car. And only then did she begin filming. I find that highly credible. And I find it highly suspicious that no body cams were utilized to counter witness testimony that this guy's head was slammed unnecessarily into the police car. Again, the witness said that she observed the guy going peacefully, that he was handcuffed, then walked around the corner, not arguing with them, not resisting, and that his head was then slammed into the police car. It would have been very easy for at least one of those police officers to have been recording with a body cam. But for whatever reason, they chose not to. So since the sheriff's office was right there across the street, I went ahead and walked over there to see if I could talk to Chief Deputy Zirkle about what happened. After walking through the metal detector, finding the sheriff's office inside the courthouse, going inside, I talked to the clerk that was working there. I told her why I was there, but I wanted to give them the opportunity to tell their side of the story, to provide any context that they thought might be missing, and to provide me any additional information that could be included in this video. I was told that Chief Deputy Zirkle was not in, so I said, well, can I talk to Sheriff Adams? Is he in? I was told that he was not in either, despite the fact that on my way out, I saw a parking spot that said Sheriff, and then I
Just
saw
see the
what
ping
appeared
you
to
were
be
pulling out
a
of the contract.
Cadillac
I don't
SUV
really
parked
know.
in that spot.
Hey,
Parking seems to
it's
be
okay.
pretty strictly enforced
We'll
in
figure out
Huntington, especially around the courthouse. They have all these marked spots for prosecuting attorney and so on. I highly doubt that somebody would be stealing the sheriff's spot. So perhaps he was just avoiding me. In any event, I left my cell phone number and said I would be in town if they wanted to provide me any additional information or statements or the interview. I never did hear from them. And whether or not they slammed that guy's head into the police car, that's not really the point of this video. I don't even know that guy's name. But what people are really upset here, and what this video is really about, is what we do have on video. The First Amendment violation that we see where Chief Deputy Zirkle attempts to smack a cell phone out of this woman's hand, physically grabs her, threatens to arrest her and handcuff her, threatens her with retaliation in an attempt, which was successful, to stop her from filming what he and the other officers were doing. Thankfully, she was not the only one filming. Kelly was also filming, and she bravely refused to stop filming, at least up to a certain point. And in my opinion, that is the only reason that Zirkle backed down. Had that second camera not been there, it would have been a different story. The U.S. Supreme Court said in 1987 that the freedom of individuals verbally to oppose or challenge police action without thereby risking arrest is one of the principal characteristics by which we distinguish a free nation from a police state. West Virginia is in the Fourth Circuit. There was a Fourth Circuit case in 2023, which I covered, that involved a passenger in a traffic stop in Virginia live streaming the stop that was happening at that time on social media. The government claimed that there was no First Amendment right for a passenger to do that. The Fourth Circuit disagreed, holding that the right to record law enforcement is protected speech under the First Amendment, and recording police encounters is a clearly established right. And importantly, the Fourth Circuit applied that to literally the passenger in a traffic stop that was occurring at that time. So there's no doubt that the Fourth Circuit, if asked to do so, would deny qualified immunity to a police officer who just arrested a bystander like these women who were filming an arrest that was taking place on a public sidewalk. Especially where, as we can see in this video, they were not physically interfering in any way. All they were doing was filming. This is unquestionably a First Amendment violation. This is First Amendment retaliation. And there were Fourth Amendment violations that occurred when he physically seized this woman and dragged her to the corner. Fortunately, a West Virginia civil rights lawyer based in Huntington, West Virginia, Tyler Haslam, has filed a federal civil rights lawsuit already over this incident. I'll post a copy of it at the blog. It's in the very early stages, so nothing has happened yet. So I will continue to follow this one, and you can follow along as well by subscribing both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. And lastly, back to the homeless situation in Huntington. Really, my eyes were open, my mind was blown. Because after we stopped filming, my wife and I are standing there on the sidewalk. We started talking to some of the local homeless population there in Huntington. And in particular, this woman, she was in her 30s, and she had been homeless for a long time. She was from a neighboring county, and she was just telling us sort of candidly and nonchalantly, we're not filming her, about her life and about all of the exploitation that happens, especially to women. I really want to go back to learn more information, but it was really shocking. And apparently there are even judges from other counties in West Virginia, perhaps other states, who have been busing homeless people to the city of Huntington. Then within the homeless population there, you have basically predators who are exploiting many of those people. Then you have literally for-profit businesses that are also exploiting those people, basically getting homeless people into debt, which that never had really occurred to me how that was possible or whether that could happen. Especially the young women are being pressured to have children in that environment so that others can exploit that situation to profit off of it. I really can't believe some of the things that I heard, and I believe it was meant to be that I was there that day because I want to return and find out more. So I definitely will be back to Huntington, if not for this incident, to look into all of the insane things that I learned further. Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
This is Denver at Crusader. Thank you so much for taking on this responsibility. We appreciate your hard work.
I don't have to cooperate with you guys because
Cops charge innocent man with damaging car after pushing him into it. LOL.
didn't do anything wrong. Miss, you are pushing me into a car.
I gotta admit, this is starting to seem like a psyop at this point. It's become such a caricature of itself. The police are completely and utterly out of control, or all these videos are fake. And just designed to make people hate the system.
Right now, as you sit here and scratch up somebody's car and cause damage.
So you just damaged someone's car?
You pushed me into this car.
All right.
Miss, you pushed me into that car.
Absolutely, I did. Absolutely, I did.
Absolutely, I
Welcome
did.
back to the Lackluster channel. Back in 2016, the Peoria Police Department in Arizona responded to a Walmart for a reported shoplifter. While investigating the incident they were originally called for, the store manager watched over customers through surveillance cameras. One of the officers leaves to retrieve something from his cruiser, and a customer yells to him, telling the officer that a man just walked out of the store without paying.
Not paying for what?
264, I have another shoplifter taking off outside the front door. In parking lot. Could you just take something?
No. You seriously about to save me, sir?
I'm making sure you ain't taking off. Let's go back real quick. They said you took something. Come on.
You can. I'm not going back in there.
You have ID?
Yeah, but I don't need to show you. I didn't take anything. I have a receipt. I just spent over $100, sir.
They just told that you took off.
I didn't take off from anything. If somebody's not standing at their post, that's not my problem. So, I apologize for the misunderstanding.
Okay, I need to see some ID right now.
Sir, I don't need
I'm not asking you again. Yes, yes you are.
I need your supervisor here, please.
With the information the officer has, arguable reasonable suspicion exists, and Justin is lawfully required to identify under the Arizona revised statutes. This is a prime example of how ridiculous and broken the justice system can be. This situation could have been solved rather quickly by reviewing the items in Justin's cart and comparing them to his receipt, having a Walmart employee do the same, or by reviewing the surveillance footage. Instead, the officers placed Justin, an innocent man, in handcuffs to pursue identifying him.
No, give me some ID. You
I'll stand
know
right
what?
here.
Just turn around. Put your hands on your back.
Sir.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back.
Mr. Newman, Officer Newman?
I'm not Mr. Put your hands behind your back.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm going to detain you because you're not going to listen to me.
You didn't ask me a reasonable question. You're shitting me.
I'm detaining you because you're not cooperating.
No, you're gonna definitely get your superiors involved.
Yes.
I need a
264, I have one detained right now. What are you reaching for?
My phone? So I can call 911 to get someone here, a professional? Holy shit, this is absolutely
264.
insane. You bring somebody out here that's on the clock. I'm not on the clock. I'm a customer. This is bullshit. get an employee out here to check my receipt and my card.
Come on, let's go back. We'll go back real quick. He's requesting a supervisor. He said he didn't steal anything.
I might know this lady.
How do you know me?
Don't. Different female.
I'm walking out, and then the employee's like, hey, he just took a bag full of stuff. He didn't pay for anything.
A bag full of stuff.
So when I asked him for ID, he says, no, I'm not showing you ID. You don't have to show you anything.
I didn't say I wasn't going to show you. I said I don't have to show you.
Yes. Well, I told you yes, you do. Because I said I'm investigating
That's my right.
Okay.
I got him. I got him. Here's the deal. All right? I don't want any issues.
I don't want any issues. You guys have me in cuffs, miss. You guys have me in cuffs. You're now going to carry me back inside. I'm chill.
All right.
264, can we call the store? Have one of their employees come out here?
You guys came out here and chased me down in the parking lot.
Listen. All right?
Listening.
You start acting stupid, it's going to get worse for you, okay?
Let it be worse, miss. Please.
All right.
Drag me inside, because I have a receipt and I have a cart full of stuff.
Where's your receipt?
In my pocket.
Okay.
Which I don't even have to show you that.
Yeah, you do, actually.
Reach in my pocket. Please, feel free not to grope me and touch my... Oh, it's inside my wallet. I need both your business cards, please.
You already called me by my name. You already know my name.
Irrelevant. I need your business card, and I need your supervisors here immediately. And I will be on the phone with 911 as soon as I get off.
Then you're going to get arrested for misuse of 911.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm being harassed. I'm being detained against my will for no reason whatsoever. Like you guys have something better to do with your evenings.
We don't. We're actually here on a shoplifting right now.
Okay, cool. Well, you're chasing after the wrong guy while someone's shoplifting?
We have another shoplifter.
That's cool. Good for you guys. Jesus Christ. I hope you go home and feel good about yourself.
We don't need a street lawyer, all right? All right?
I need you to do your job.
Okay, that's what we're doing.
You have my receipt right there. You have a card.
Right,
Pick it out.
Have a seat, and don't get stupid, because it's going to go bad for me, okay? For you. You understand?
Miss, you are pushing me into a car right now.
After voicing legitimate complaints, Officer Montez pushes Justin backwards by placing her hand on his stomach, guiding him into the rear of a parked vehicle. Upon Justin's protest of her actions, she continues to push him harder against the vehicle, his back bowing backwards, causing his handcuffs to damage the paint.
All right?
I need you to do your job.
Okay, that's what we're doing.
You have my receipt right there. You have a card.
All right, have
Pick
a seat.
it out.
Have a seat, and don't get stupid, because it's going to go bad for me, okay? For you. You understand?
Miss, you are pushing me into a car right now.
Because you're being stupid, okay?
I'm being stupid?
Listen to me.
Because you're being stupid.
All right, please. Business card. You're right now on footage. Please, give it to me.
Unfucking real.
You just did that yourself.
Miss, you just pushed me into the car.
Stop.
Wow.
Stupid.
Wow. Business card.
Stop it.
Miss, you are pushing me into a car right now.
Because you're being stupid.
I'm being stupid?
Because you're being stupid.
Who was your person that was yelling? Said they had
Fucking awesome.
You guys went out or stole a bunch of stuff.
They were calling TV for
Push me into the car. Stop.
Wow. Wow. Business card.
Stop acting stupid.
This isn't even my car. You just pushed me over.
That's a lawful order, by the way. Stop acting stupid.
I have injuries and plates in my arm, and you guys are assaulting me. Help! Help! Help!
Quit scratching your car.
Man. Jeez, quit pushing me.
Your car.
This is my car.
Well,
you
so you just damaged someone's car?
You pushed me into this car.
All right.
The footage will show.
Put your feet.
After moving Justin to a cruiser, the officers search through his pockets, while the Walmart manager stands by and watches. They've now had possession of his receipt for more than 5 minutes.
264.
Where were they at when they yelled it out?
They were right by the front door. She was in the halfway through the door, and then some other customer's like, "You need the police. He's right there." Okay. He's the guy stealing your stuff.
Let me look at video because they're scrambling to find out.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, officer, don't steal anything on my cart.
You said that wasn't your car.
Cart. C-A-R-T. Sorry.
So he was purposely scratching that fucking car.
You pushed me in that car.
Absolutely I did. Absolutely I did. You are absolutely correct.
I would not scratch anybody's car. On accident or intentional.
You're moving yourself around the car?
No, you are
pushing
me. I'm in extreme pain. I'm in extreme pain right now, and you're assaulting me. This is assault, and this is battery. Oh, whatever you want to call it, Chief. Good for you. But then I was being assaulted. Nobody cares.
You called me Chief. I wanted to clarify.
Irrelevant, Chief. No one cares. You guys are wrongfully paying me. She just pushed me into that person's car like 3 times.
The door greeter. I can run video of the receipt real quick and then backtrack.
Okay.
We'll start there.
Okay. That'll work.
What's your name?
Dude got my receipt. Go talk to your partner.
What's your first name? Joe? Jim?
James? Why are you with the J?
Steve? Larry?
Bob?
Mike?
Go talk to your partner. He's got my identification. Y'all are
I heard you.
Call me sir.
Okay. Well, I asked you to call me officer.
Okay, well, I have the freedom of speech to call you whatever I want, sir.
Yeah.
She asked for his receipt, got no answer from him. He continued to walk out. She left it at that. Someone else yelled that he's
Let me start
stealing.
with this. I'll look at this and see what we got there.
Neither one. I still don't see a sergeant here. Where's the supervisor now?
Sorry, they're not here out of thin air, so they can get back to this round.
Wow. You sure popped up out of nowhere.
That was her statement. We'll go ahead and get that video for you though real quick.
Dollar, Tim. This is what I get. And that's
Not move.
a handicapped dude, and you guys are tossing me around.
Sorry to get you. Cooperate.
Cooperate with what? I don't have to cooperate with you guys because I didn't do anything wrong. If you guys came up to me professionally,
If you didn't do anything wrong, it would have. Yeah,
story.
absolutely. You would have cooperated. It would have been different.
Good to go. Are you kidding me? Ow! Someone's about to get hurt.
You're gonna get arrested for failure to obey from the second.
Sir, you have my receipt, my identification in my cart.
We're investigating this whole thing right now.
Good.
Chill the heck out, okay?
Speed it up, mother.
Speed it up? Okay, I'll try to speed it up for you, sir. Okay? Can you chill for a second?
Do you see how I'm being treated right now?
Do you see what you're doing?
Listen to us.
I'm uncomfortable. Look at my arm. Look at my arm, man.
You're gonna get arrested for disorderly conduct. Then you understand that, right? Just for your screaming.
By the way.
You did that. You pushed me up against the car. You pushed me up against the car
I
with
have a body
handcuffs.
camera that saw the whole thing, okay?
Your body camera saw my chest and saw you push me into the car.
You were
Whatever.
clearly scratching
Where's
your
the sergeant? You said the sergeant was here.
Yeah, he's over. I'm seeing it's Walmart. He's making his way over here.
Lay my card out on the ground right now and see every single thing on a receipt.
You really don't want to put your stuff out on the ground. Make it damage.
My going right back to Walmart. I'm done with you guys. Walmart, this is some bullshit, and I still don't see a sergeant here.
Well, there's a good chance you might be trespassing Walmart anyway, so.
Okay, I don't see how, because I'm a customer,
Because they're
and then I get
private
harassed.
business, and they have the right to choose who they allow and don't allow in their stores.
And if they decide to trespass you, you're not allowed to go back to any Walmart ever.
I could really care less.
Okay. You lied.
No one at that Walmart has the authority to ban him from every Walmart. That's ridiculous.
Sorry about this, man.
No problem. You want to trespass from here?
Kids are
Being
such
a
fucking
nice person?
stupid idiots
Doesn't bother me.
and liars.
As soon as Ryan comes back with the answers for it, I can give you a for sure answer.
Okay. If he didn't take anything, why is he being such a pain in the butt? Apparently, I don't know.
I get being pissed about it if you did do nothing wrong, but still at the same time, you need to just shut up and.
He's just making it worse.
Yeah.
At the same time, you just need to shut up and be treated like a criminal. They almost had a moment of empathy. It lasted, what was that? Rolling 800 milliseconds? On second thought, you should just shut the fuck up.
So he paid. I see him walking out. She follows him to the door like, hey, I need to see your receipt. And then you see a customer outside. That's when they're like, hey, there's an officer right here.
Worst people in society. And Walmart managers are not far behind, by the way.
And chose to ignore her, or, as Justin argues, that he never heard anyone ask for the receipt.
So he did pay?
Yeah, he did pay.
Why is he being such a... Okay. You want him trespass?
Yeah, disruption of business. All he had to do was cooperate, show his receipt, not give you guys a hard time, so absolutely.
Okay. And he wants to return all his stuff, so...
Okay, I can do that right now.
Okay, you have a trespass receipt? Or
yeah, I'll have it.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on, his wallet's on here.
Oh, my bad. All right, we'll get this taken care of.
Okay. Okay, you want all your stuff returned? They're gonna return it. Just...
Oh, did I steal anything?
Nope, they said that you stole nothing. So you gonna relax now? They said, you know what they said would have happened if you would have stopped and said, here it is my receipt. I didn't steal anything. Here's my ID. You know what would have happened? Nothing. You've been on your way. Now we're wasting.
To me.
Yes, I did.
No one, not you. No one else. And all of a sudden, you came running out to me.
Okay.
Yes, I did it on purpose. I crashed my bike on purpose. I'm getting thrown into a fucking hood of your guys' car.
They're gonna trespass you from the business. They don't want you ever here again. They're returning your stuff right now too, so you're gonna get your money back.
Wow. What a waste of an hour.
Huh?
You gotta see what I mean about Walmart people? They falsely accused him of stealing. He didn't steal a fucking thing. They're going to take all the shit that already belongs to him. This is illegal, by the way. The cop's gonna let him do it. This shit he already paid for. It's now his. They're going to confiscate it and then give him a cash
though the camera shows
refund.
her pushing him against the car repeatedly, every time he attempts to step away from the vehicle to prevent further damage.
So when I went to put him up against
It's an entire society of shitbags. All the way from the guy with the badge to the lady who types in, you know, how much you're spending in the register.
Continued to push him into the vehicle for as long as she thought the car belonged to Justin, and only moved him after hearing that the vehicle did not belong to him.
All right. I need to do your job.
Okay, that's what we're doing.
You have my
okay?
receipt right there. You have a card.
Have
Pick it out. Have a card. Pick it out.
Have a seat, and don't get stupid, because it's going to go bad for me, okay? For you. You understand?
Miss, you are pushing me into a car right now.
Because you're being stupid, okay?
I'm being stupid?
Listen to me.
Oh my
Listen
God.
to me.
Business
All right?
card, please.
You'll
Business
get it.
card. You're
Oh,
right
you'll
now
get
on
it.
footage. Please give it to me.
What?
As you sit here and scratch up somebody's
That's
car and
actually
cause
what
damage.
you just did that. You just did that yourself.
Miss, you just pushed me into the car.
Stop acting stupid.
Wow. Business card.
Stop it. Look what you're doing. You're scratching your
Why
car.
don't we sit down? Why don't we sit down?
Holy shit. I have
Sit down.
injuries. I have injuries and plates in my arm, and you guys are assaulting me. Quit pushing me.
Crashing your car.
Quit. This is my car.
Well,
You
so you just damaged someone's car?
You pushed me into the
Okay,
car.
all right.
The footage will show. Miss, you pushed me into that car.
Absolutely, I did.
Quit.
Absolutely, I did.
We know. Which car is it?
This one right here.
The gray one?
Yes.
Holy crap. Yeah. Okay. Wheelchair.
Yeah,
No. Can we page this person?
Justin is now placed in a cruiser as the vehicle's owner is notified of the damage.
Yeah, you can notify insurance. Basically, what this does is it'll notify the victim's advocates of your information, and they can work to try to get restitution if he is found guilty of the crime. Actually, he did refuse when I asked him what his name was. He refused to tell me.
He's told him he gave me his ID. His ID didn't come out until after everyone got here.
So I asked him what his name was. He told me that he didn't tell me.
He told me he didn't tell me.
Yeah. He told me you knew it. He didn't tell me.
That's his receipt. That's his cash.
Yes. So the receipt was for $119.86. We have 120 here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 100, 120.
Okay.
We just chucked the change on the lot. So 119.86 back to him for the merchandise that he purchased.
Okay. Okay. And you're gonna trespass him, right?
Correct.
Okay. Please gotta wait for him to.
And they're gonna trespass him for no
be done
reason.
with this one.
Okay.
Trespass him. Here's your cash back. It'll be in your wallet. It'll be in your bag with your stuff.
Cops are essentially Walmart employees with
I
guns
don't
and
care if you look or not.
badges.
Do you want to look or not?
There's not much difference between them.
Cop car, sir. Okay. So your total is $119.86. They're giving you $120.
Especially the
cash.
managers.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I'm gonna put this in your wallet right now.
All
Okay?
just a bunch of corporate
You
suck
still wanna speak
pigs.
to a supervisor? Okay.
Sergeant Newman now arrives on scene.
Oh, Sergeant Newman, here we go. Here's insult to injury.
Hello, sir. What is your name?
Evening, Justin Hill.
Justin Hill. My name is Sergeant Newman. How can I help you tonight?
Would like to know how and why this situation happened. Why I'm being accused of damaging a car when your female officer had her knee up in my stomach, junk, thigh, pushing me against the car. I have severe injuries to my arms. I'm going completely limp at this point. She's driving me into the car. And then she starts saying, why are you scratching your own car? And I said, this is not my car. And he says, oh, now I'm going to charge you with damaging property. And I stole nothing. Nobody said anything to me until the dark-haired gentleman came running up to me. All I'm trying to do is get some cleaning products from Walmart and not cause any problems or what's going on. This is absolutely asinine.
Well, you understand that we don't know what happened in Walmart when we first arrived here, right?
What's
Our
that?
officers arrived here for a
Here
shoplifting
comes the
call.
cops pointing.
And we had a person come out from the store and point you out and go, that guy just took something.
Yeah, but he
Now
didn't.
been proven incorrect.
Okay, but at the time, no, he stopped you.
I understand that, but
So
nobody said anything
he
to
went
me.
to detain you, and
because he asked for my ID, which I said I don't have to give you my ID, and he was being very pushy. I feel very cornered at this point, at that moment, because I didn't do anything wrong. They've proven that I didn't steal anything.
But this is the beginning. We didn't prove anything yet. At the time, when it first happened, we have not proved anything yet about stealing, right? We don't know yet.
He asked me if I stole anything. I said no.
People don't lie to police?
Huh? No.
So just because somebody says I didn't steal anything, we're gonna take you at your face value and take. Oh, I said he didn't steal anything.
I said here, here's my receipt. Count everything in there.
All right.
And he didn't give me those opportunities or anything. He just demanded for identification.
Well, you know you're required by law to identify yourself when you're being detained.
Why am I being held in custody over some bogus nonsense because the female officer pushed me into a car?
That's not why you're being detained.
That's what you just said, that I'm being detained for.
Yeah, you did. When she put you on the car, you began moving back and forth and scratching the car.
No, I did not.
So that's what the courts are for. That's the allegation being made against you. You'll have your
You guys are just a bunch of tyrant thugs, and I apologize for my inconvenience of your night.
You can guess where that conversation went.
What's the joke is, if you would have said, yeah, sure, here's my ID, here's my receipt, you would have been gone.
You said, please, it would have been a better.
I did. Oh, like you would have been a better situation. Looks like you've been in trouble before. That's why you don't like the police.
It's not because you're a fucking
You
asshole.
don't like
It's
the
because
police
he's been
because
in
you've been in
trouble.
trouble before.
One thing I know for sure is that if Justin
The
had
gaslighting.
the app and had immediate access to legal assistance, a third-party advocate for him with a deeper understanding of the law, this interaction would have likely gone in another direction. And now with my you can start your membership for 10% off. But in this case, Justin was transferred to jail.
Oh, what you couldn't hear back there? You said there's no law against texting and driving.
Irrelevant of it, still putting me at risk. You're still not very good at it.
Okay.
Bobbing me down the freeway.
Okay. I didn't know I was gonna have a critic. Funny, man. I try to be cordial with you, nice.
No, you didn't.
Like you just keep attacking you.
Justin fought the charges, but was not
More
given the
gaslighting.
time. In the end, he was fined $1,250 and assigned 10 anger management courses.
Wow.
Since then, he's had a few other interactions. with
$1,200
various
in
agencies
anger
and
management
those
courses
encounters
for
on his
doing
channel.
nothing.
That channel will be linked below, so be sure to head over there and let him know I sent you.
He didn't even really get that angry while his rights were being violated for no reason.
On screen.
Welcome to the ASOP. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
So, if you don't need anything... I wasn't in your way until you stopped, dumb.
Our investigation found that the Phoenix Police Department violates the rights of people engaged in protected speech.
You don't say.
including retaliating against people who criticize the department.
You don't say.
In June of 2023, it was called "Is There a Right to Call a Cop a Dumbass?" That video showed Phoenix Police Department officers slamming a man into a police cruiser and arresting him just seconds after he insulted a police officer.
So what was it exactly I did? I already told you, obstructing police operation. But the car wasn't stopped until...
Well, that incident actually made it into a U.S. Department of Justice investigation report, finding that Phoenix PD officers unlawfully arrest or use force in response to criticism, insults, or perceived disrespect during
I'm really
daily
sorry you weren't able to
encounters,
complete this contract.
and that often
I
within
understand.
seconds,
We all get this.
officers there react with force to verbal slights. Was there any accountability for these two police officers that were involved in this specific case that now is memorialized in this very important report? The answer to that is actually insane.
This is one instance where we can't count on the police to police themselves.
One instance, you can't ever count on that. Never.
Our
They will
findings
never
today
police
reveal
themselves
very
ever.
significant and severe violations of federal law and the Constitution.
Before we get to the details of the DOJ report and why the actions of these two police officers were so egregious, I have to first tell you about Good Food, that is the sponsor of this content. Ever feel like cooking is a full-time job? Enter Factor, your ticket to culinary freedom. Factor delivers chef-crafted meals right to your door. No prep, no mess, just deliciousness. From keto to vegan, Factor's got your dietary needs covered, and everything's ready in just 2 minutes. Factor meals eliminate the hassle of prepping, cooking, or even cleaning up. Simply heat and savor the good stuff. Why spend hours in the kitchen when you can just spend minutes enjoying gourmet meals? Factor's meals are not just good, they're freedom. They're ready to heat and eat in just 2 minutes. That means more time for you. With Factor, you get your life back. More time for what you love, less time slaving over a stove. Change your order up every week with plans from 4 to 18 meals per week, or pause or reschedule your deliveries anytime. Ready to reclaim your life? Skip the overpriced takeout trap. Factor's cheaper and way more delicious. I actually order it all the time. And you can get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month of orders using my link. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code with your phone. America's #1 ready-to-eat meal delivery service. Since August 5th of 2021, the U.S. Department of Justice has been engaging in an ongoing pattern or practice investigation of the Phoenix Police Department, because in addition to this particular issue, there have been so many problems there. And this is actually what I used to do at the Department of Justice, is investigate pattern or practice police misconduct. And when you do that, you have to be able to point to all these different events, all these different instances where this police department had violated somebody's civil rights. One of the major findings that they made when the report was released a couple of months ago is that the Phoenix Police Department retaliates for speech protected by the First Amendment, just in general, but also they can't help themselves just during daily encounters. And that's unconstitutional. Arizona is in the Ninth Circuit, and the Ninth Circuit has affirmed that even though the police may dislike being the object of abusive language, they are not permitted to use the awesome power which they possess to punish individuals for conduct that is not only lawful, but which is protected by the First Amendment. That's from Johnson versus Bay Area Rapid Transit District from 2013. The primary incident that the DOJ cited in their report to show that the Phoenix police are retaliating just during random daily encounters was this case. This is what they said. For instance, while this investigation was ongoing in 2022, Phoenix PD officers slammed a man into a police cruiser and began to arrest him seconds after he insulted an officer. The man confronted the officer to point out that police were not helping unhoused people across the street.
Help people, right? What do you need? Do you help people? I'm asking. What do you need? No, I'm asking if you help people. I'm asking you what you need. Oh, I mean, there's a bunch of people over here that are dying in the heat. They don't have any food or water. Could you do anything about that?
As the man complained, the officer told him that by arguing, he was, quote, obstructing police operations.
There is, but you guys just hang out in parking lots. But I thought you guys help people. You need something? I thought you guys were the ones that help people. I know, I need your attention. Okay. Yeah, so, I got it. You're obstructing police operations, yes. So, you need to get out of the way of my vehicle.
A cop should go to prison when he falsely accuses somebody of obstruction. 6 to 18 months, depending on the circumstances.
Called the officer a dumbass. Immediately, the officer grabbed.
Bet you they don't falsely accuse anybody anymore after that.
To the police cruiser in order to arrest him.
So, if you don't need anything, I wasn't in your way until you stopped, dumbass. Okay.
Not listening. Is that a misdemeanor or a felony? Oh, it's just some shit you pulled out of your ass. Gotcha.
So what was it exactly I did? I already told you, obstructing police operation. But the car wasn't stopped until...
When we spoke to the man, he told us that he had multiple cuts and bruises from the encounter and continues to experience nerve damage from his injuries over a year later. He explained that he sometimes changes his route to avoid passing a police station. I'm moving around the city much differently, he said. As I understand it, the way this first came about is because there's this huge homeless problem in Phoenix, which the DOJ report also acknowledges and discusses all of the constitutional violations that the PPD engages in against the homeless population there. Back to this incident, this individual who, by the way, his name is Kenneth Ronald McDonald. He sees this police car just parked there, and the guy's being a typical government employee, right? He's sitting there in his car doing God knows what. He knocks on the car door and he begins to express his First Amendment free speech. If you have nothing else to do, basically, why don't you go help the local homeless people down the street? This is where the retaliation comes in. That was, I believe, Brian Alvarado. He then radios his buddy, Christopher Turiano. Also, apparently, he has nothing else better to do. He drives
Ironically.
to a spot specifically just to mess with Kenneth Ronald McDonald, and that's where the body cam picks up. So you can see that it was an absolute lie by Officer Turiano that Kenneth Ronald McDonald was obstructing his police activities in any way.
Yeah, see, when you came up to my car, okay, one, you're posing a hazard to me driving because I might hit you. Number two, you stopped me in the middle of my work. Okay? You see how that works?
Turiano drove over there just to park in front of Kenneth Ronald McDonald and to mess with him. And we can also see that right before the arrest took place, Kenneth Ronald McDonald was actually in the process of turning away and was not trying to obstruct this officer in any way. Now, part of the retaliation here that I don't think I even got into in the last video was that even though it was against PPD policies to forcibly take suspects' fingerprints, they did that in a violent way to Kenneth Ronald McDonald, just sort of in retaliation, even though it was against their policy, just completely ignored their own rules.
Turn away from me. What? Turn away from me. Why? I'm going to take your fingerprint. I'm not going to give my fingerprints, man. It's not up to you. I know, but I'm just not going to. Well, it's not up to you. Okay, I know. All right, we'll force you then. I mean, I'll get out. Okay, we're going to force you. Force me all you want. I was trying to be nice.
McDonald was initially charged with aggravated assault, criminal trespassing, and obstructing government operation. I believe
all the shit they did to him.
Aggravated assault was for allegedly assaulting Officer Christopher Turiano here, who is seen in the body cam footage literally doing the opposite, assaulting Mr. McDonald to try to forcibly take his fingerprints that he's not allowed, according to their own policy, to take. Then the prosecutors, who are at the root of the problem here because they've allowed this situation to fester and they support the situation, prosecutors moved forward on the aggravated assault charge.
Nice.
Did they even
That's
watch
awesome.
any of this body cam footage? Do they even care?
That is
about
awesome.
The Constitution whatsoever. Supposedly, the basis for the assault charge by the scumbag prosecutors was Mr. McDonald's finger moving over and touching Turiano's hand on this body cam footage. So, I mean, this is retaliation, or was retaliation, by the prosecutors as well. But it would never get to trial. On the morning of trial, after a jury was selected on this bogus aggravated assault charge, Maricopa County prosecutors just abruptly dismissed the charge with prejudice. The judge had ruled the day before that past excessive force misconduct by Turiano, who was already notorious for violently attacking protesters in Phoenix, could be entered into evidence and would be fair game for the jury to consider in their deliberations.
The report that we do have is an incident that happened over 20 years ago. The state doesn't believe it should be able to come in this trial.
Similarities in the case are they're similar. They're very similar. And the 20 years could be seen just the other way. I mean, it means that the pattern still exists after 20 years and nothing's happening. And that's why I think it's important.
The fact that the officer was on the Brady list is relevant, and the court will deny the request that be precluded from testimony in this matter.
And then overnight, prosecutors claimed that they had just learned that the other officer involved, Brian Alvarado, had been recently.
The whole point of the Brady list
timesheets
is so that shit cops do can be used against them in court when they do it again.
Lying. Both of these
It's the whole point of the
officers,
Brady
Alvarado
list.
and Turiano, both with a history of misconduct that was so egregious that it was going to have to be disclosed to the jury according to the judge in the case. Serious enough that prosecutors were so concerned that they just dismissed the case.
The state no longer believes we have a reasonable likelihood of conviction, so it's in the interest of justice to dismiss it.
I mean, it was a bogus case to begin with, but it got like ultra bogus, even in their eyes. There can be no question that these two officers, Alvarado and Turiano, violated this man's First Amendment and Fourth Amendment rights. It's right there on video. It was found to have occurred by the U.S. Department of Justice. The criminal case against Kenneth Ronald McDonald was dismissed,
Nice library.
in part because both of these officers were
He did
so
Hurston first, too.
untrustworthy and incredible, like too incredible to even put in front of a jury. Even against Ronald McDonald.
Should we see if this guy needs help?
Acting pro se, representing himself. He didn't even have a lawyer. His case was instrumental in demonstrating the abuses, the constitutional abuses that are taking place, that have taken place in Phoenix by the Phoenix Police Department. And the report is massive. You have to check it out. I will link the report. I mean, it goes into everything: excessive force.
What up, Bex?
Racial profiling, their challenge coin about shooting protesters and the nuts, like everything. I'll put all that at the link to blog post and the first pinned comment. I also want to thank our sponsor, Factor. I really do use their products. It really is fantastic food, and appreciate them sponsoring the channel. This is not the first time they've sponsored videos on this channel. Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
I could help him. He's not very efficient, but like he's kind of in his own way. What's going on, Bex? What are you doing? Shout out to the other person in chat, whoever you are. Lurkers are welcome. All are welcome. You just might get hidden if you're a dick. Lying
last
sheriff
week, I
attacked
posted a
me.
video about this crazy police interaction that happened in Taylor County, West Virginia, where the cops showed up at this guy's house without a warrant over a Facebook post.
It'd be cool with you. You want to say something like that to me? Yeah. Fine. Good job there. For him to make some of the comments that he's making, I'm not gonna.
Awesome.
The video, despite getting demonetized about 4 hours in,
These pigs have no
is
shame.
Still going, almost up to 1 million views. The YouTube video has made the front page of the newspaper there when this happened. That newspaper article contains the response from the county there, and you're not going to believe what their defense is to what you saw
Whoa,
in the
buddy. What is this guy doing?
So because this police officer was butthurt about something that this guy Paul said on Facebook,
Are you
he
stupid
arrested
or
him
what?
without a warrant from his home, threw him in jail where he sat for 2 days, which then caused Paul to lose his job, even though, because the charges were baseless, the prosecutor later had to drop the charges. So I posted that video and it immediately took off. Then 4 hours in, the video's just charging along, boom, it gets demonetized. The little green money sign in my YouTube studio turns yellow. At the time, I had no idea why. I thought maybe it was some conspiracy, some robot messed up, so I appealed it. When the appeal came back confirmed by review by a human reviewer, it actually gave a timestamp. It said inappropriate language at 15 minutes and 28 seconds. And I thought that I had already censored the profanities in the video, and it's usually not required. It just can't be at the front of the video, but I censor them anyways if I have time. But unbeknownst to me, softly in the background, there is one of the several words that just cannot be spoken anywhere in a video. It begins with an F, and it's a homophobic slur. I didn't know it was in there. That completely demonetized the video. That's the reason. I was told I could delete it, edit it out, and re-upload the video and be fine, fully monetized. But the video was doing great. It's not about money. People were watching it, so I said no. I just left it demonetized, which it still is. Then people start sending me this newspaper today from that area, the Mountain Statesman. Headline, Taylor County officials address recent YouTube video. The sheriff there, Terry Austin, is quoted as saying this. Austin said that, unfortunately, these kinds of videos with specific agendas against law enforcement officials have been released across the nation and continue to be released at a fast rate. The reasoning is simple. The lawyer in the video was seeking money, Austin said, so he used footage to fit his narrative. But actually, YouTube must have seen something wrong with the video because they demonetized it so he could no longer collect. So the sheriff there actually thinks the fact that that video got demonetized is somehow exculpatory for the fact that one of his deputies is caught on video violating somebody's civil rights in an egregious manner. But this article just gets worse, and I really...
This guy's just trying to make money exposing
Anyways,
cops doing illegal
reported.
things.
And by the way, the reporter never...
So weird. Such a weird flex, especially when your job, your main job, is protecting corporate interests in a capitalistic society and getting paid six figures to do so, to brutalize people and violate their rights.
The Taylor County Commission met to discuss the issue. The governing body called a special meeting Monday at 9:30 a.m.
Next time you volunteer to be sheriff for free, let me know.
Topics typically discussed in an executive session. During the meeting, the sheriff, Terry A. Austin, reported that an investigation was launched following a release of the initial video nearly a year ago. I think he means discovered. That's when they first knew about it. Continue. The footage was edited, and the video's creator picked and chose what he wanted to release, Austin said. We have addressed the video and investigated the matter thoroughly. Austin said that the individual in the video expressed that he did not want to see the officers in trouble following the initial incident. However, the body cam footage was released to the video's maker, i.e. me, and has now become a hot topic among residents. Well, first of all, it was never released. A complaint was made by the victim in the video, Paul. And according to Paul, the sheriff, after he complained about what happened, just never even bothered to return his call or get back to him. But now the sheriff is saying that there was some big investigation and that Paul asked him not to do anything about it. I don't think Paul got the memo, and clearly that's a responsibility that we want to place on Paul. Let's continue with the article. What we want the community to know is that there were things that had happened with the suspect before the events seen on the video, as well as after, Austin said. When the incident initially occurred a year ago, we took our investigations seriously. So here, they're upset that they got caught. They thought they had patched things up, with Paul anyways. But again, Paul didn't get the memo. They're upset that the video was given to me and that the public got to see it. So he says that there are things that happened before as well as after. Well, what are you talking about? The body cam footage that I showed you...
Where's my marker that shows my drift?
Before that I didn't show you. I show you from the very first incident.
There it is.
That he turned his body cam on. There's nothing before.
How you doing? Oh, man. Yeah, I'm Mr. Brian.
At the end, the last thing that you see, I also showed you. That's where the officer, Deputy Mail, had just thrown Paul in jail, and he looks at the other deputy with a grin on his face because of what he just did. And boom, that's where the other deputy turns his body cam off. So you saw the very beginning and you saw the very ending. Other than that, he's lying. There is nothing before, there's nothing after. And he's being very vague. I think what he's saying is there are personal attacks he'd like to make against Paul. Because what do cops do when they get caught violating people's civil rights? Well, they attack either the messenger, like me, which they did here, and or they attack the victim, which they're also wanting to do here, apparently. Paul didn't deserve civil rights. I mean, that's where they go with these things. Yes, but you need to know the context. You need to know what Paul's criminal history, all the bad things Paul had done in his life before this happened, to fully understand the context. And also things that Paul has done afterwards. That's what he's saying in code here. And no, it doesn't matter. In fact, you see this video in perfect context. And I'm going to show you the video footage again. Since they gave me an opportunity to remonetize this footage, let's go ahead and go through that footage again.
How you doing? Oh, my man. Help you? Yeah, I'm looking for Mr. O'Brien. He's inside. Okay, you want to go get him? I need to talk to him. Thank you. I'd like to be talking real quick about the issue.
Welcome back.
How's it going, Paul? Oh, pretty good, man. I just wanted to talk to you for a minute. Because it sounded like you had an issue with one of my days. Yeah, they called me home last night. They called me home last night. Zane? I don't remember who it was. Well, listen, man. When you're making the comments and you're making the Facebook, that kind of brings some issues. You know what I mean? For one, the direction that our department's going in is a lot different than what it was 30 years ago. Okay? Secondly, when you bring up Howard Ferris, you bring up somebody that's important to me. Because he was like my uncle.
Oh, he's important to you. So you're not allowed to criticize him.
Or anything like that towards him, I would have 100% looked into that. Okay? Yeah. So, and when you make comments such as if you had an M80, you give him a heart attack, that could be taken as a terroristic threat. Okay? So, I've always been cool with you. I've always been 100 with you. But when you make comments like that, that kind of upsets me. You know what I'm saying? So instead of
it upsets you.
Listen, man. I fought in the Marines. I'm 100% for freedom of speech. But when you make certain comments, that passes freedom of speech. You know what I'm saying? When you're saying you wish you had an M80 to give a deputy a heart attack, that I could 100% write up a warrant for you. I'm not. You want me to do that? Okay, that's fine. I'll gladly do that for you. I came down. Well, I came down. Hold on, I'm talking to you. You're not walking away from me. No, get back over here. You want me? Turn around. That's fine. You want to do that? We can do that. No problem, bud. I came down here to talk to you like a man and be cool with you. And you want to say something like that to me? Yeah. It's fine. You good job there.
Anything on you you're not supposed to have?
No. Take that stuff out. I don't understand why you got to be like this when I'm coming down here to talk to you and be cool with you. What's your reasoning? My reasoning is you're threatening one of my officers. Oh, no. That's my reasoning.
Anything in your waistband?
No. I raised him. I know it. That's why I came down here to talk to him. I don't understand that. I say he's on that shit. He's got that shit in him. That's all I can say. Because he's not like that. I mean, he's never been that way. He's been fine for. I mean, his grandpa just died not long ago. He spent 3 years taking care of him. Yep. Yeah. And he's been. I don't know what's going on. He's just got a lot of confusion going on right now, and I'd say he got in that dead place. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure, but I'd say that's what's happening. So. Because I mean, honestly, I wanted to come down here and talk to him because I have. Well, yeah, I heard you being respectful, and he's got a.
I heard you being respectful, Law.
But when you're saying that when you're taking pictures of my deputies, right, John, and you're saying you're going to throw M80s at them. Well, I understand.
But that's not why you arrested him. You arrested him because he said "fuck you." You even confirmed it on video.
Right. Yeah. I see him down there sitting. You know what I mean? And so we've had a lot of drug activity down through here. We think
I understand that.
so we're working on it. And
Right, I understand that. There is a lot of people running around down
for
here.
him to make some of the comments that he's making, that's I'm not going to put up with that. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, so.
So I appreciate it. Like, what's your name? All right, I'm sorry.
So the county commission decided not to take any sort of personnel or disciplinary action against the officer. They say the issue was already handled internally, no other sanctions were needed to be taken against the officers. There was little else for the commission to do. In the last year, we've had no issues with the deputy in the video, and per the request of the gentleman in the video, no suspensions were made. The sheriff's office thought it was done and over with because it had been dealt with. If it weren't for that pesky civil rights lawyer on YouTube, we wouldn't have to be discussing this now, right? But the article continued, and get this. However, to show the community they are taking the issue seriously, the commission agreed to provide funding for training for all law enforcement officials in the county not to exceed $4,000. Not to exceed $4,000. So that's good that they are looking at additional training, and they've hired an expert to look into the body cam footage to better guide them. And I know the lawyer that they're getting to do it, and he knows what he's doing. So I truly do applaud what they're doing there with the training. Now maybe they should spend more than $4,000, but they are the representatives of the taxpayers of the county. Then the article wrote, it is the belief of Austin, the sheriff, that if the officers had set out to violate civil rights, they would not have documented it.
Oh, I shouldn't have did that.
He said there are key
God.
elements in the video that were simply misconstrued.
Oh, wait, it'll go towards
That
the
were
other
simply
one.
misconstrued. When the full body cam footage was
Just
seen
make
by
sure I have the
magistrate,
other one.
it was decided that there was probable cause for the charge, but then it was dropped by the prosecutor,
I do.
Austin said. So that's a laughable explanation. That's a laughable defense. When he says that the video, parts of the video, or key elements of the video were misconstrued by me, he conveniently doesn't say which parts. And for your convenience, just so they can't make me the bad guy, I am going to post on my blog the full, unedited, raw, uncensored, so there are a couple bad words in there, uncensored body cam footage you can watch from the little beep at the beginning when the officer turns his body cam on to his little smile at the end where he turns his body cam off. The whole thing. I'm cutting nothing. So you can look at the cuts that I did make in the original video and see if I cut out key elements just to take a perfectly legal interaction and to misconstrue it as something illegal and malicious. And then you'll see right through the lies that I misled November. The only parts I cut out were irrelevant parts, dead space, things just to
Whoa.
if it was important, I included it in the video. Unless YouTube requires
I mean, can I get credit for all these again?
in some way. So the big takeaway here, really, in my mind, is that the county commission itself,
Crusader and the Empire, thank you for undertaking this
seems to have
opportunity.
acknowledged that
I
Paul was done wrong, that his civil rights were violated, and that they left it up to the sheriff to handle the discipline, which he apparently didn't do, and that they are nevertheless going to give additional people and training. So I think the county has done the right thing. The sheriff, this guy Terry Austin, is not. His only response is to attack me and to attack the victim. So now, you know what? I don't even care about the deputy so much anymore. Now, I'm very interested in this sheriff, Terry Austin. I've already received a load of information about this guy. Some very interesting stuff. Enough to make another video, I believe. But please, keep it coming. This guy is very special. So there you have it. Let me know in the comments what you think. You can watch the full unedited video. Did I cut out key elements? Did I mislead you in any way? Let me know in the comments. And if the sheriff, Terry Austin, wants to leave a comment of his own, or tell the newspaper, please be specific. What key elements did I leave out? Did I cut out the part where you had a warrant to arrest this guy? I don't think so. Remember, our rights don't matter where your career begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
Could really use my atlas.
Hello?
Greetings.
Greetings. Did I startle you?
A little bit.
Sorry, I'll put a note in next time.
Not you, the notification sound.
Oh, okay. So.
Just barely. I would say, surprised.
But I didn't cause any, freight concerns?
No distress, no.
Yeah, good. How are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Good.
I've been trying to troubleshoot some computer problems and...
Hardware or software?
I don't know, I mean... Hopefully software. I keep testing my hardware and it says nothing's wrong, but the guy at Intel really wants me to RMA my processor.
And what is RMA?
Return merchandise acquisition. Basically, send it back for a new one.
Would that cost money? Or is that just a warranty?
That's part of the warranty process.
The processor's like an engine, right? Like, I mean, in the sense it doesn't have personal information on it, or is it the whole kit and caboodle? It's holds
processors nowadays do have instruction sets and cache.
Yeah.
They also have like what are called trust platform modules, and that's like identifiable information, you know, hardware IDs, etc. So they know who you are no matter what.
Yeah. And are you ever suspicious of, I wouldn't say what we're not told, it's like what we don't read in the fine print. You know, people do it with apps and stuff, but there was a story one time that a bunch of medical information had been leaked in Canada here because of a Xerox machine that had been gone back to somewhere. And then whoever had got this new Xerox, you know, got the Xerox machine, discovered the Xerox had a memory up to 100,000 pages or something like that. A lot. It wasn't everything that it ever printed. That'd be insane. But it was a lot, a huge cache. Yeah, I think even 100,000 wasn't enough. But because it had been used in a medical place, it was very sensitive information. And that's where we learned that the Xerox photocopiers had the capacity, right? Which probably was in there. I don't see these things as nefarious, you know, like I see this phone I just discovered has a desktop mode, right, in the web browser, and what a difference it makes doing streaming and stuff. Like there's more options. It's nicer than the phone app. And, you know, I wondered to myself, how long has that been like there? Has it always been there, the desktop mode, and I didn't look, or did it happen in an update? I don't really care, you know. We have these machines around us that are so robust. We don't learn about them, even if someone tried to teach us all about them. I mean, there's degrees in computers, right? Degrees in computer technology. So, do you ever wonder, like, if there's something, like, could there be more than, like, could it hold more, this processor? than just the cache for what? And like, could there be more memory?
It'd be difficult to hide.
Yeah. I'm not paranoid about data. I mean, I should have been more cautious with my privacy in terms of my name and everything, but that's just let's say a boomer mistake, considering I came on the internet so late. I wouldn't just go into any website and buy stuff, and I'm probably, I guess I am cautious, but in terms of whatever this device is doing about tracking me and stuff like that, I mean, your bank card in your wallet can track you. Not quite, but if you use it, credit card can track you.
Actually, they give off RFID now, so
they can. So it could be. They could give off a. Yeah. I remember when the internet first came out, they said that T-shirts would have some kind of technology in it, such that you should put your T-shirt in the microwave when you first get it, because the T-shirt, I guess it must have been after wireless, or it wouldn't have made sense to us, but the T-shirt could like talk to the computer. I'm using really ignorant language, right? Send out some kind of signal that would let the computer know, that you like Nike or what have you. And I thought, well, that seems kind of, at the time it was far-fetched, right? Now it makes more sense now. That's good. But then the people on YouTube would be like, that's the whatever, DARPA reading your mind backs, right? Like, it's like ridiculous. When I was in grad school, most of 80% of my class was Asian and 20% non-Asian. My office mate was from Hong Kong, and it was 1999, 1998, 99. And so right as Hong Kong was leaving or whatever deal with the Commonwealth, going back to China, and he brought, he was pulling what he thought was his calculator out of his bag one day, and he looked at it and he looked so shocked, and he shoved it back in his bag really fast, right? And I said, "What's up?" And he said, "I'm not supposed to have this here." And he said, "It's contraband," right? It was just a little laptop, but contraband technology. And I remember just thinking that, some countries have technology 10 or 15 years before we do. Benton, for instance, living in Arkansas, says that, the technology was 5, 7, 10 years behind there, even, somewhere in LA or New York or what have you. So I think there's lots of ways that we've been monitored in our life. It's very easy to talk about it without it even being like super secretive. So that was just my long-winded way of being like, I really don't care who's watching me or tracking me or getting data from me.
I mean, there's nothing really I can do about the government doing it, and their rules are not that hard to follow. But like random assholes on YouTube, that's where
Yes.
I protect my identity from.
Yeah, that's very smart. Very smart.
Like other people who use social media, they're
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know that I had a channel, if that makes sense. I must have clicked something, create a channel way back when I was looking for how to change my starter and just not knowing what. So when I first engaged in live chat, I was out here in my, my full name. So that was for a long time. I didn't think anything of it. And you can change your channel handle, but before I'd done that, I'd already gone on live streams with my full name, which is just stupid, but whatever. Most people would be like, "You should know better." I'm like, yeah. I didn't. But so far, I mean, I guess I'd be more concerned if I had a lot to lose. You know, if I had dependents, I probably would have already known. So, would have learned these things to keep my kids safe or what have you. At least I hope I would have. We can't squeeze blood from a stone.
Well, I mean, they can squeeze though.
They can.
They might not get any blood, but they might get something. You getting squished. Why is this contract not here? Did I just take it? I did.
I'm coming back to watch. Only had the Discord open.
Well, I can put it on the Discord for you.
Oops. What happened?
There
Oh,
you
cool.
go.
Can you still hear me?
Star Citizen? Who said that? Air Hammond. Air Hammond, that sounds a little familiar. I think you've been in here once before. Playing a little Star Citizen, what are you up to? Trying to get these rewards before the dealie ends. I need ship for routing.
Well, I thought I would come up and join you and start clearing up my metadata.
Metadata?
Yeah, I just every so often go through my YouTube setting. I go through my YouTube settings and delete everything.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
You know, Google still has it, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You just can't see it anymore.
Yes. Which isn't such a bad thing. I mean, I'm not deleting it because I'm embarrassed or upset or anything. It's just because I can.
Yeah, you just like deleting stuff?
Yep. Yeah, actually, it's funny. I do like repetitive things. As a catering chef, I was the one that was always making I've made everything, but when there were hors d'oeuvres to be made, and especially hundreds of them.
He's out of beer. I think I'm gonna have a little toki. Alright. You coming back? Find a beer.
I did a lot of data entry in university and stuff.
Alright.
Does Dutchie come around anymore?
No, I haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah. Nor have I, although I hadn't seen her in a long while. And then I did see her in places for a bit, but again, I haven't seen her in a while. And not on panels, just in chat. It's a nice lazy Sunday today.
Sunday. Damn.
I like the graphics in this game.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Hmm.
It's still an alpha, too.
Does it have, if you have the right equipment, does it actually have the stuff that makes, could you hook it up to make seats shake and stuff, make you feel like you're in a ship? No.
No, you can have good sound, though, and
Yeah.
that'll make the whole room rumble, right?
Well, and the how sensitive it moves, like how it floats, it does have a bit of a feeling to it, even just with the visuals.
Yeah, and definitely if you have a joystick, even more so. Why isn't this lighting up? That's why. Oh, since you're the only one here, I can turn the sound on for you too. Let's see.
Cool.
This should do it. Can you hear it now?
Yeah.
Getting good at this audio shit. Biggest problem I have with this software now is just that all of it breaks on a regular basis and changes itself for no reason. So just because I have it figured out and I have it set up, it doesn't mean anything. I have to check it every single time. But I can do some pretty cool stuff considering I have no hardware.
This is the visuals of very fast flight, right?
What?
This is the visuals of very fast flight. Like we're going somewhere like warp speed or not quite.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quantum, but it's interplanetary, so it's a little bit slower. Intraplanetary, rather. So between Crusader, we should be able to see behind us still because it's fucking huge. It's a gas giant. Wait, am I at Crusader? I am not. Why can't I see it? Did I travel around the moon? I did travel around the moon. That's why. It's on the other side of the moon. And this is Daymar, one of its moons.
Cool.
If I quantum across the sector, then it gets pretty fast. It gets a little bit faster.
Yeah, that makes sense because no one wants to fly into a moon or a planet.
Right. And you can also quantum in orbit, and that's much, much, much slower, obviously, but a lot faster than the ion drive, which just uses hydrogen. Well, no beer for you then, unless you can get it delivered. Do you play Star Citizen here, Hammond? Or any games? Blood Bowl, huh? I don't even know what that is. Looks like we got somebody down here. Loading up some corundum.
So you said you're police that also smuggle? That's what your ship is?
Not right now. That's generally what I do in the game. I mostly do security contracts.
Yeah.
For the the government basically, but I also smuggle illegal drugs into the system. Yo, it's Joey Villages. Holy shit, hold on. Hold on here.
The fucking gash man. That fucking cunty fucking Californian fucking Yankee flashing cock-sucking fucking porn bomber.
Dude, I still can't hear that. Only in the stream. It only goes to the stream. What's with that? I even have an audio monitor on it. Oh, that's why. Here. And then let's do another one. And this could go to Bex. And now let's try it again.
The fucking gash man. That fucking cunty fucking Californian fucking Yankee flashing cock-sucking fucking porn bomber.
Good old Joe.
You played that clip?
Yeah, that's him talking about my buddy Jose, who's a very kind, gentle, peaceful person who's never porn bombed anybody in his life. Joe is a liar and a scumbag, a notorious one, an abuser of women, an abuser of the truth. But it's funny to hear how riled up he was over my friend Jose. I believe simply for getting attention from women in the UK is my current thesis.
Interesting.
Nothing serious either, right? He just had my friend Jose. He had the audacity to be charming or gregarious and to come into a new space where he didn't belong and make friends and get along with people. That was his crime, as far as I can
Sounds
tell.
familiar. Sounds familiar. Although I'm guilty of pushing back in ways that if people, come along at a certain point, it doesn't look like that. But yeah, you're guilty of getting sucked in. Hopefully, he didn't. Yeah, people are ridiculous.
That was one of the last times I did get sucked in. I realized that I was using my friend as an excuse to do behavior that I otherwise would not condone. So I was offended for him and I went after Joe as a result. Quite effectively, as you can imagine.
Yes. Yes.
But then I realized, I was basically being just like Joe. And except I tell the truth. And
Yeah.
yeah,
The
and then
truth means
it was an excuse. It was for the catharsis of taking down a bully and rubbing his face in it.
yeah. The truth doesn't mean much to people on YouTube, especially those that make it a hobby to hate. They're looking for the confirmation bias. They're, like we were saying yesterday with the word gravity or whatever. Right? It's like, I'm not going to I could give all sorts of YouTube drama examples, but I'm not going to. So,
I mean, it's fine if you don't mention anybody's name.
well, yeah, but I find that even then, it's just too much attention. It's like I have so many stories in my life. Like I have so many great things I could tell you. Like it's about resetting my mind to. I'm really good at that. But you're stuck in this YouTube loop. Doesn't matter how much work you do. I just have to get out of it, right? So I've done lots of good stuff to get myself out. My point is I'd rather talk about almost anything. I never needed these YouTube experiences to talk about anything before. Why would I need them now? And even if they're affecting me, if there is something,
Well, look at
affecting
that.
me, for instance. Wow. What is it?
It's a ship. It was just really far away. Isn't that cool? That's why I
Yes.
like Star Citizen. That's not a loading screen. That's just because another player was landing here. And if he were to take off and somebody were to chase him and try to attack him, I could stand down here and watch the missiles and fire go back and forth.
Do you have weapons on your? I mean, you must as a security ship.
This is this ship right here is not a security ship. It's just a transport. Right now, I'm just hauling cargo so I can get free armor and free skins for my ship. I'm not doing what I normally do.
Okay.
If I need a gunship, I'll rent it.
Are you in danger? Could someone come down and shoot you for no reason?
This is an armistice zone. So weapons are disabled. You have to be pretty clever to hurt somebody. Not to say that it's impossible. Also, if I have a crime stat, then my armistice privileges are revoked.
If you have a what stat?
Crime stat.
Okay.
And right now I'm at a crime level 2, which is one below being a fugitive, or wanted fugitive, because some asshole left his ship parked right in front of the elevator, and I used my ship to ram it out of the way, and technically that's against the law. It's a violation of his private property.
If somebody was able to somehow, I guess if weapons are disabled, could someone get charged with crime if they figured out a sneaky way to?
If they did it without a crime stat, yeah, it'd be considered homicide. Like, for example, if someone came down with their ship right now and rammed it into me, right, I'd die. There's nothing I can do to stop that.
And could they steal your cargo?
Yeah,
or does
absolutely.
the ship go? Yeah. And they could get a crime stat?
Oh yeah, there's pirates in the game who just, always have crime stats, and they just stay away from places where there's law enforcement, and they steal cargo and kill people all the time. Well, let me move that one.
The one thing that is effective when deleting all your live chat interactions is if one's paying attention to what they're doing, how long it takes to, say, delete a few days, you can really see how excessive your participation is. It's easy to ignore, assume you're doing something less than you are. I mean, I'm speaking to myself. I think that you're pretty conscious of, what you do, and you seem pretty like a very integral man, Denizen.
Integral?
Yeah, you have a lot of integrity. Yeah, an integral fabric is, has everything well held together, right? Like, it's about the strength and fortitude of the entire system, So I know I'm not speaking religious language, because it gets into virtuosity, or you could look into sort of more just that polishing of the philosopher's stone, or whatever you want to call it, whatever all the things we do to be good humans in our lives. And one of the good things to do is to be a consistent, sort of try to be impeccable with your word, behave like you said. You got caught up doing something and being no different than the person that was doing it, and seeing that and going back to who you are, to be integral, to be integral. So
Integral, in order to maintain my integrity, would mean necessary for completion. Integral. I'm not sure what you would say about someone who has integrity. That would be what? An adjective.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to pull up, even if it means that all my clicks are going to go away. Just like an 1828. And I don't mean to pull up a dictionary to use a word that, might be out of use, but almost always the 1828 dictionary is exactly what I mean. So.
Integrous. Which is not really used anymore. That's the word. And then not virtua. Integrous. And
Integers.
then
Okay, I got
not
it.
Virtuosity, but virtuous.
Yes. So the whole integer, the whole of anything, particularly in arithmetic, a whole number, in contradistinction to a fraction, thus in the number. Yeah.
Integritus was also used. So that might have been what you're looking for, which makes sense. Now I understand what you mean. As long as we make the distinction that that's not necessarily moral, like
exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what I was. Yeah.
I definitely hold fast to my own convictions, right?
Yes. Well, integrality is entireness. So yeah, I wasn't looking at it. Yeah, I wasn't looking at it as because some criminals have a lot of integrity. Like they're consistent in their values.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, and what does it say? Okay, so here in 1828, we've got for integrity, Latin, integris, from integer, like wholeness, entireness, unbroken state. The Constitution of the United States guarantees to each state the integrity of its territories. The contradicting parties guaranteed the integrity of the empire. example.
Yeah, that's a different usage.
So the next one is the entire unimpaired state of anything, particularly of the mind, moral soundness or purity,
There
incorruptness,
you go.
uprightness, honesty, integrity comprehends the whole moral character, but has a special reference to uprightness in mutual dealings, transfers of properties, and agencies for others. And the
So
example
true.
they give, yeah, the
And
moral grandeur. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a real problem in today's society too. Like, it's a real disadvantage
To have integrity.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yes, I agree.
And the people without integrity, they see you as weak.
Without integrity, they see it as what?
People without integrity see it as weak when you have it.
Yes. Yes, they do. So the example of that one was the moral grandeur of independent integrity is the sublimest. Sorry. The moral grandeur of independent integrity is the sublimest thing in nature, for which the pomp of Eastern magnificence, splendor of conquest are odious as well as perishable. Wow, that's a great example. Some good words. Then the third
Say again.
example they give, the example they say for integrity is of the use of the definition we just said is the moral grandeur of independent integrity is the sublimest thing in nature, before which the pomp of Eastern magnificence and the splendor of conquest are odious as well as perishable. It's very poetic. It's like, wow, let's go straight to poetry. But, back when arts and sciences were considered a thing together, that's what someone's doing there. It's being a scientist and an artist with what they're saying. Okay, the last definition: purity, genuine, unadulterated, unimpaired state as the integrity of language. But I was using it in the second sense. Although, yeah, exactly. Integrity is something we build, and we can only get. I mean, obviously, there's nature of who we are. I think most people would say I've been fairly consistent in a lot of things, but it's the acumen that one acquires and the discernment that they use that can form better and better integrity. Like, so for instance, hanging out with a bunch of idiots online, right, is not going to help the fabric of my being in the long run. I can show my integrity. I can even erode at it and make it stronger in the end, ideally. Some people don't have enough self-reflection for that. But I could also put myself in an environment where that is already a more matchy thing, like, so that fabric isn't being like ripped apart and put back together and ripped apart and put back together. And I think that can happen in a bad workplace or a bad relationship or, bad neighbors or whatever. It's not a YouTube exclusive experience. Like,
YouTube's kind of a crash course in humanity. I get called disingenuous, bad faith, a liar on a daily basis on YouTube.
Interesting.
By liars and people whose only truth is that they are completely and utterly dishonest with themselves, to the point where you could barely call it lying anymore. Never mind.
I remember having that thought. Yeah. Some people's authenticity is inauthenticity.
Right. And they just are so unaware of themselves.
Yeah.
You can hardly call it lying.
Yeah.
but you know the dishonesty is there because of their reactions. They have very emotional, upfront reactions. That doesn't happen by accident.
Yeah, I struggle to talk about things like that because I've been so emotional. And then that means that, and I know that I have lied to myself. The biggest thing that I learned in interacting in this crash course in humanity is how naive I was. People talk about projecting your problems on people. So if you're, if you're a cheater, you might accuse someone of cheating, or if you're insecure, you might accuse someone of cheating, or, whatever bad traits you have that you're pointing at someone you often have in yourself. What people never talk about is projecting your good nature on people, right? That's where I was naive, and I'm not perfect. I'm not like, oh, I'm so good. But I assumed that people were coming from an earnest place. And I assume that people want to be honest, and they want to be as honest as they can. Sometimes you've lied to yourself for years. A good example for me is for me to sit and think, oh, I can be the villain in someone's story, but I'm not looking at how I've vilified that person, that I'm the villain in their story, but they become the villain in my story, and you can sit and lament, whatever bad relationship you have in your life. But you could, you have to look at your own, put myself in the other person's shoes and really see how I behaved and how that would happen, So, but I'm exceptionally good at self-reflection. And in this YouTube thing, the biggest part is the avoidance of real life and how long one can spend thinking about what I should be doing, and just use this thing as a complete distraction. So in essence, I end up feeling guilty about what I'm doing, instead of, like, I allow myself to project onto my behavior on YouTube, instead of actually realizing I'm not really ashamed about my behavior on YouTube. I'm ashamed about what I'm avoiding by doing this on YouTube. And that's been a great lesson, because as much as I've been moving at a snail's pace, and I'm a mathematician, so I know, like, moving from 0 to anything is an infinite change, right? So my brain can be like, you are doing so well, Beth, right? Like, think of where you were last year. But my being is like, yeah, but your standards are really low, like, and then of course with the people who are doing it themselves, they want to say, you're too hard on yourself, right? And it's easy in parasocial relationships with people who want to be doing the same thing to sort of I'm suspicious of their rationalization. I have enough of my own to support what I'm doing, So today I got up and went out, and when I got up, did laundry, went out, spent 3 hours out, had a great time, came back. Anyways, just thanks for having me. Thank you so much. Should we look up any other words?
Sure.
Or if you ever want me to read something, I'm a very good reader. I really like reading big. I used to, on my channel, I read from a book called The Medusa and the Snail. And it's written by Lewis Thomas, who was a teaching physician, more than an active doctor. But he was an allopathic physician, a philanthropist, a naturalist, or something to do with plants or bugs or something. And in the 70s, after he retired, he was the sort of Reader's Digest, light reading for doctors in a specific medical journal. So maybe it was an entire philosophy in medicine journal. I don't know that there's a philosophy in medicine journal. If there is, I should read it, okay? Because I've had this one little book that has about 20 different articles that were put in monthly as this journal came out in the 70s. And that was Bex and Her Very Boring Book. That's my very first live stream. And I grabbed this book. Anytime I was left on a live stream with friends, people didn't know what they were doing, and suddenly the host is gone and I'm all by myself on a channel before I had my own. I'd grab, it's time for me to read from my boring book, friends, right? And but it's just a fascinating book. I just love the way this man writes, and I should go looking for more of his writing because I can just reread these articles. He's such a brilliant writer. Some of them are very technical but the general theme running through the Medusa and the Snail has to do with sort of the movement of medicine from, the roots of medicine being in cupping and leeching, and he's writing sort of about the history of microscopes and how we move to understand what bacteria is. He writes on death. He writes on warts. He writes on transcendental meta-worry. You might really like that one. Transcendental meta-worry. It's about getting as uncomfortable as you can to meditate, knowing that this man's mind can't slow down. But when you read it from cover to cover, he's such a brilliant writer and he references these old philosophies and stuff that I'm not as aware of. But man, it's so good. Transcendental. But some of them are just straight up amusing, right? It's just a doctor writing about medicine, and how he even talks about sort of how they promote, how marketing promotes all these shticks marketing promotes all these shticks to give you 7 extra years at the end of your life, and how they can sort of take statistics. And one of the articles is about a longitudinal study done with people answering questions about, do you smoke, or do you exercise, do you spend time with your family, do you go to church? And then in the end, they take out all the death records of people that died and start looking backwards at how they answered these surveys, and decide that, not spending time with family, not exercising, smoking, all these things, they reduce your life expectancy. And yet he said that he sort of points out that, so they use it as a marketing ploy, smoking aside, they use these things as marketing ploys to really, push new fad diets and stuff. Not to say it's not discrediting that there's health and wellness in good life and being good to yourself and eating right and exercising. But he points out that one of the factors is, when we're looking at mortality rates, you're not looking at the fact that people might have been sick and dying when they were filling out their surveys, right? So, of course, as you get sick and are dying, you're going to go to church less and spend less time with your family and smoke more and things like that, right? Right. Yeah. Let me see.
To the ASOP, your vehicle has been visited.
Yeah, it's just so good. I haven't looked at this book in months. On natural death. And they're only like 3 pages. A trip abroad. On meddling. Is that one? That one's not very long. Have I read this one? You want to try one?
Try a what?
Try me reading a short one?
A short what?
A short one of these articles.
Sure.
Yeah. So I don't know if I want to go fun. The transcendental meta-worry is really fun, but it might not be the first introduction. Let's see what meddling's about. If it's too... I mean, I could start at the beginning of the book, but the first one's pretty long. So this one's called On Meddling. When you are confronted by any complex social system, such as an urban center or a hamster, with things about it that
Just
you're
see the thing that you're
dissatisfied
pulling
with,
out of the contract. I don't really know. Hey, it's okay. We'll figure out something.
okay. Okay. I'll be able to read over that if you can hear over it. When you are, and start again though. When you are confronted by any complex social system, such as an urban center or a hamster, with things about it that you're dissatisfied with and anxious to fix, you cannot just step in and set about fixing with much hope of helping. This realization is one of the sore discouragements of our century. J. Forrester has demonstrated it mathematically with his computer models of cities, in which he makes clear that whatever you propose to do, based on common sense, will almost inevitably make matters worse rather than better. You cannot meddle with any one part of a complex system from the outside without the almost certain risk of setting off disastrous events that you hadn't counted on in other remote parts. If you want to fix something, you are first obliged to understand in detail the whole system, and for very large systems, you can't do this without a very large computer. Even then, the safest course seems to be to stand by and wring hands, but not to touch. Intervening is a way of causing trouble. If this is true, it suggests a new approach to the problems of cities, from the point of view of experimental pathology. Maybe some of the things that have gone wrong are the result of someone's efforts to be helpful. It makes a much simpler kind of puzzle. Instead of trying to move in and change things around, try to reach in gingerly and simply extract the intervener. The identification and extraction of isolated meddlers is the business of modern medicine, at least for the fixing of diseases caused by identifiable microorganisms. The analogy between a city undergoing disintegration and a diseased organism does not stretch the imagination too far. Take syphilis, for instance. In the old days of medicine, before the recognition of microbial disease mechanisms, a patient with advanced syphilis was a complex system gone wrong without any single isolatable cause, and medicine's approach was essentially to meddle. The analogy becomes more spectacular if you begin imagining what would happen if we knew everything else about modern medicine, with the single exception of microbial infection and the spirochete. We would be doing all sorts of things to intervene, inventing new modifications of group psychotherapy to correct the flawed thinking of general paresis, transplanting hearts with aortas attached for cardiovascular lose, administering immunosuppressant drugs to reverse the autoimmune reactions in tabes, enucleating gummas from the liver, that sort of effect. We might even be wondering about the role of stress in this peculiar, multifactorial chronic disease, and there would be all kinds of suggestions for holistic approaches ranging from changes in the home environment to White House commissions on the role of air pollution. At an earlier time, we would have been busy with bleeding, cupping, and purging, as indeed we once were, or incantations or shamanist fits of public ecstasy, anything in the hope of bringing about a change for the better in the whole body. These were the classical examples of medical intervention in the pre-scientific days, and there can be no doubt that most of them did more harm than good, except perhaps the incantations. With syphilis, of course, the problem now turns out to be simple. All you have to do, armed with the sure knowledge that the spirochete is the intervener, is to reach in carefully and eliminate this microorganism. If you do this quickly enough, before the whole system has been shaken to pieces, it will put itself right and the problem solves itself. Things are undoubtedly more complicated in pathological social systems. There may be more than one meddler involved, maybe a whole host of them, maybe even a system of meddlers infiltrating all parts of the system you're trying to fix. If this is so, then the problem is much harder, but it is still approachable and soluble once you've identified the fact of intervention. It will be protested that I am set up a new sort of straw demonology, postulating external causes for pathological events that are intrinsic. It is not in the nature of complex is it not in the nature of complex social systems to go wrong all by themselves without external cause? Look at overpopulation. Look at Calhoun's famous model, those crowded colonies of rats and their malignant social pathology, all due to their own skewed behavior. Not at all is my answer. All you have to do is find the meddler, in this case, Professor Calhoun himself, and the system will put itself right. The trouble with those rats is not the innate tendency of crowded rats to go wrong, but the scientists who took them out of the world at large and put them into too small a box. I do not know who the Calhouns of New York City may be, but it seems to me a modest enough proposal that they be looked for, identified, and then neatly lifted out. Without them and their intervening, the system will work nicely, not perfectly perhaps, but livably enough. We have a roster of diseases which medicines call idiopathic, meaning that we do not know what causes them. The list is much shorter than it used to be a century ago. Common infections like typhus fever and tuberculosis, meningitis were classed as idiopathic illnesses. Originally, when it first came into the language of medicine, the term had a different, highly theoretical meaning. It was assumed that most human diseases were intrinsic, due to inbuilt failures of one sort or another. Things gone wrong with various internal humors. The word idiopathic was intended to mean literally a disease having its own origin, a primary disease without any external cause. The list of such disorders has become progressively shorter as medical science has advanced, especially within this century, and the meaning of the term has lost its doctrinal flavor. We use idiopathic now to indicate simply that the cause of a particular disease is unknown. Very likely, before we are finished with medical science, and with luck, we will have found all varieties of disease are the result of one or another sort of meddling, and there will be no more idiopathic illnesses. With time and a lot more luck, things could turn out this way for the social sciences as well. A little dig at the social sciences, eh? Good luck, guys. Fight with your cities. I haven't read that one in a long time. Did you like it?
Yeah, who'd you say that author was again?
Lewis Thomas, The Medusa and the Snail.
Sounds familiar, Lewis Thomas.
Yeah, it's this one in particular. It says, I can go look them up on Wiki and give you a bit of The Medusa and the Snail, More Notes of a Biology Watcher. That's the heading. This one was published. Well, they'll have all the different dates because each one may be 74, 75, 76. Yeah, 74 to 79. And I don't think these would necessarily be reprints as much as the articles themselves were all printed. Oh, fourth printing, June 1979. I guess it's the book itself. Yeah. Oh, he's so funny, though. There's like, he gets into this like committees on committees. And all the committees. You actually might like the one on committees because it talks about, because we're doing this, you're on a spaceship in your game. It has a lot to do with what we would do about a committee on colonizing Mars or something like that. It's pretty funny. He's so sarcastic. Wonderful Mistake. What's that one? There's also the one about if humans made humans, we'd all be clones, sort of thing. Like he talks. One of the articles just goes off about how on nature's mistakes, right? On the mistakes in nature being like that's what nature does, sort of thing. And we as man, if we were in charge of nature, like we wouldn't have any variation between us. We want everything to be perfect. Yeah.
That could lead to death of the species, too.
It could lead to which?
Death of the species.
Yes. For sure. Well, that's why when these people that seem to want to imagine this, like my body, and I didn't have to eat, and I think that's the spiritual one, but the people on YouTube, they're like, you know, when the air was perfect and our bodies were perfect and we could think at each other, like I'm pretty sure if we could ever have done that, that's a big if, but I'm happy to entertain thought experiments. We wouldn't have had any independence, right? Because we would have been fighting in each other's heads, right? We'd be reading each other's minds or sending thoughts to each other, and we'd still be arguing. It just doesn't work. If you want to idealize, oh, I can think at someone, I don't have to eat, all these things, just doesn't, then thoughts were less independent. I can't see that we could have these minds, no voices, and we're just peacefully walking around the world thinking at each other, and everything's perfect because we don't have a food hole or a, you know, it's just vocal cords. Like somehow that's like people who say, yeah, that's like the language is a spell casting. Have you ever grabbed a dictionary, right? Maybe you won't be so confused. Like that's the thing. When people start getting that way, I'll just say I can't converse with people who don't dictionary, right? I know we're supposed to say use the dictionary, but you know, YouTube and the sound bites, as if it's about sound bites, but everyone likes to turn things into verbs.
Do you even dictionary, bro?
Yeah, do you even dictionary? Like, oh, that's evil spellcasting. Yeah, I'm out of here. Like, I'm out of here. Like, I can't have a conversation with someone, right? Who they're changing the words. Do you understand that they change the words because that's how we use them? I go nuts. I'm so pedantic. Like, I hate it when people say, well, that's not by coincidence. Well, I know that coincidence is actually what we're using for happenstance now, right? But actually, almost always when two things are happening at the same point in time, that's exactly what it is. It is coincidental, right? So it's just two things happening at the same time. And what people mean is happenstance. But then you go to the dictionary that everyone's using and they use coincidence like happenstance. And I can't be pedantic. I can't argue with Oxford. You know, if 90% of the people around me want to use coincidence as happenstance, that's why we get 1, 2, 3, 4. And in a good dictionary, it has the brackets and the years that it was used, those words, right? So when people are like, look, they're tricking us because they changed, you know, how they defined the medicine, you know, a flu shot, right?
Careful
how they
now.
define it. Yeah. You know, and they're changing the word, and it's like, no, we're using it that way. That's how we're using it.
I still feel that sting in my ass.
Or y'all jabbed up? Uh-oh.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm a pureblood. I've never had any V words.
Oh, even
ever.
when you were...
Yeah, even when I was a baby.
Yeah, I wish. My dad was a medical guy, so he used to bring the extra ones home, right? So the one thing though he didn't, we had all of them, and whatever he brought home, I think it was like Hep B had been when I was a teenager. So my dad's coming home, they're in the fridge, you get your shot, you know, like whatever. But one thing that's interesting about my dad and the choices he's made, he's so confident in his medicine that when I was young, the scar that people got from the polio shot was like a big dent in their arm, you know? Some people actually, I knew a woman that really reacted to it. So it actually blew holes in her arm. She had one on her arm, one on her breast, one on her butt. I'm like, why didn't they just stop giving it to you? Like she had big craters in her body from a reaction to this shot. But I was the right age to be getting it, you know, in the little 5-point thing in the hole in the arm kind of thing. And my dad was like, nah, my kids don't need that. We cured that. Yeah. He's so confident in his medicine. So I've never been... Polio is... But I've never, in my adult life, I wouldn't even think about taking a flu shot. Like, come on. So when this stuff came around, I was just like, psh, It was easy peasy for me, and I wouldn't have given anything to my children either, if I'd ever had any. But you know, I'm okay. I'm okay with, if this has impaired me from medications, I'm okay. The one thing I wouldn't want, and I don't want to sound cocky, is just I don't need to be like smarter, or I mean, maybe I might have had more emotional control or something. I just don't need. I'm not interested in theorizing how much better this could have been if I was, you know. I think I'm okay.
I love Daymar.
Daymar?
Daymar. It's probably my favorite spot in this system.
Is that the planet's name?
It's the moon that I'm on right now. The planet is Crusader.
Mm.
It looks a lot like Jupiter.
What makes a planet and a moon?
The orbit.
Mm. I see. So it's one is a satellite of something that's a satellite of the sun, right?
Correct.
So the moon. Yeah. So you could actually have, I know people, because of our planet being habitable and our moon being inhabitable, or so we've been told. Again, not trying to, I just have never been there, that's all I'm saying. I personally have never been there. So I can't say if it's actually, you know, potentially habitable or not. Anyways, so if you had like a smaller Earth rotating around us instead of a, you know, like it would still be called a moon because of the orbit, even if people could live on it just the same as they could on the planet.
Wait, what?
So if our moon was a habitable mini Earth, let's say,
it would still be a moon.
It'd still be a moon.
Yeah.
So there's habitable moons.
Potentially, Europa being one long theorized potential life because it has liquid water underneath the frozen water surface.
Is that a moon of Jupiter?
Europa. I think so. Maybe Saturn.
Interesting. Saturn. I can look it up in a sec. Interesting, because Io was, which is a very, very all gone, dried up, volcanic, nothing, dead kind of moon of Jupiter. Very, very dry, very, very rocky. It used to. I don't know if it used to have water, but the Greeks revere a land of Iosis or Ionis or something that is the root word, you know, in it. I can look this up again. I'm not doing a great job, but the root of it is in this Io, and it's water worshipping. But what the interesting thing I found was that Io is in English is actually Greek, like it's a Greek word meaning virus, and it's certifiably meaning virus. And I just thought that was interesting. Because when I don't know, maybe I'm going too abstract here, but IO, if virus, you know, virus is rooted in, is it not in viral, or like, what's the difference between viral and viral? One is promoting life and one is hurting life. Is not with the Latin, wouldn't the root be like one is about giving life? Yeah. So virus, you know, before they had labeled the elements, the first one, hydrogen, is the quintessence of life, which is actually one of the molecules, or two of the molecules, sorry, in a water molecule, right? So I don't know, to me that just, it seemed really significant at the time. Like, what if life started as a virus?
A sexually transmitted disease.
Yeah. Oh, I was so mad one time in my 30s. A friend of mine was a single mom living in subsidized housing, and I went to pick her and her daughter up, and next door was a minivan and it had a sticker on the back, a bumper sticker on the back saying, yeah, I have STDs. They're called my kids. And if I'd seen that, I mean, it just, to me, it's just really disrespectful. You know, it's just so disrespectful. It's a funny joke, like we just made it, you know, but when you actually have children and you're driving them around in a minivan with a sticker on it, meanwhile, those children are the very reason you're living in the housing you're living in. You know, like, oh, my STDs got me cheap rent. You know, like, I don't know. It just seems so disrespectful. I really wanted to pick that sticker. I wanted to vandalize that sticker so bad. But you do meet a lot, you know, that's the one thing I would say, that a lot of my single mom friends, you know, who, especially the ones that were benefiting from being single moms, like, I just mean they got me driving them around and they got subsidized rent and all of that. I'm totally for, you know, people supporting people having children regardless of what happened in the family. And I just think a society that supports life, you know, in a different way economically would not make people have decisions economically to not have children. But these women that I knew, the one thing I hated the most was that they would, you know, oh, I'm just a single mom, you know, and I'd be like, but everything that you get is because of that, right? So, like, you like to romanticize, like you'd be in a better place if you weren't, you know, but I'm in a similar place, right? I'm not way up there. I'm not in subsidized housing, so I'm paying more money for rent, so I'm making more money, right? But ultimately, how can this be something? Oh, you know, every so often there's just like major breakdowns of like, oh, I'm just a single mom, and it's like, and I never got this, and I just get so frustrated with they couldn't see that if they didn't have their child, would you still be, and you're still being a whining victim? Like, do you think anyone would help you? Right? Like, it's just some. I get that parenting is difficult, and all parents, whether there's 2 or 4 or 1, would have moments of like, you know, overwhelmed, like this is so hard, and they have to be allowed to complain. But you'd watch them just manipulate everyone around them, and they're not aware that they're doing it most of the time. Yes, life does start out as a STD. But even the concept of like evolution and just something happening that caused something to happen, that, you know, that's also covered in this medical journal, this randomness of nature. Anyways. I've spent the last 3 weeks on YouTube joining more panels than I have in the months prior, and I hope to be able to show you a more focused conversationalist once I've detoxed.
Detoxed?
Yeah.
From what exactly?
From losers. No, from idiotic conversations. It's easy. You just stopped having them, right? Engaging in
idiotic, you know, like I do that. Like, dumb conversations aren't the worst thing in the world. I think what I've noticed is that they're deliberately harmful.
You're right. So be more specific with what, because it's not actually, I'm just calling the people idiots.
Yeah.
I like idiocy. You're right. Like, I mean, in terms of just fun thought experiments or keeping it simple, or.
And then at the end of the day, nothing you and I discuss, no matter how esoteric or.
Exactly.
It's meaningless at the end of the day, and we're
really
both
yeah.
a couple of talking monkeys.
Yeah.
No matter how erudite.
Yeah.
Literal chimps. So that being said, yeah, there's an undertone there, and I think these people are energy vampires. Because I've seen them sometimes. The ringleaders, while they're cammed up, especially if they're under the influence of some kind of intoxicant, we can see that the awkwardness, the suffering, the bullying, the cyberbullying of a stranger on the internet is also an intoxicant to them.
Yeah. You're reminding me of what I learned in, speaking of integrity in words, the difference between how we in the West use a word and how it's used in Germany. Okay? So Schadenfreude or Schadenfreude or Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude. We over here use it as people who get joy from causing other people pain, right? But actually, it's people, from what I understand, in Germany, it more means like you're laughing. So we say, so in Germany, it's more used like you're laughing at the discomfort of another, but you're not happy, right? Like over here, we say, oh, people who participate in Schadenfreude, they get joy from it. Whereas it's actually it's that uncomfortable laughter at the embarrassment of others, right? And there's a real difference, between people who laugh and laugh and laugh at what you're saying, like getting this energy, and people actually laughing out of discomfort. And as someone who's done stand-up comedy, right, you really see when you can bring a room down, okay? When you don't realize that certain levels of sarcasm or that yes, some you're not going to be a good successful comedian if you want to make the room laugh in discomfort, right? Like you can make them laugh in momentary discomfort if there's going to be a big punch, right? But if your whole goal, but you can't just, it's not for performance. Like sarcasm is really the lowest form of wit.
Hicks really used to push that line.
Yeah.
One argue he didn't ever let the audience go.
Who's this?
Bill Hicks.
Mm.
Some people accused him of not even being a comedian, just at what's the word, proselytizing his audience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Scolding.
Yeah.
Didn't lecturing. Yeah, I remember being a kid and not really being able to laugh at America's Funniest Home Videos. And I used to think there was something wrong with everybody else. But it turns out it was me, Everybody else really does kind of get off on everybody else's suffering. Like, at least in that way. And I think this is why psychopaths have the support they do.
Yeah.
Like, politically?
Yep.
I think politicians survive on at least, 10%. I'd say between 15 and 30% of the voting bloc actually knowing what they're doing and endorsing it because they like to see the people they don't like punished in society, and because they envision themselves as being the billionaire one day, or the politician one day, or the sheriff one day, or the congressman one day, and being to enact their own fantasies of revenge and so forth. And I think it's built into, like, not just laughing, nervous laughing, or giggling, but actually cracking up at someone being smashed in the balls with a baseball bat, for example.
Yeah.
I'm crippled by my empathy at that point, unable to laugh. It takes, like, quite a spectacle for me to laugh at slapstick comedy.
Same. I couldn't handle it in SNL either. I could. Airplane was good at slapstick comedy because it was so witty with its wordsmithing. It was the first slapstick comedy that I ever saw that was funny, but I couldn't handle. What's his name? Problem with this. I want to say his name's Will something. Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell, I couldn't stand. I could not stand him for years. Any of that. John Candy, Chris Farley.
Yeah.
I can't. There's nothing amusing to me. There's nothing funny about it. I was so glad to see Drew Carey get out of comedy. He could have been really stuck in it. He really could have been forced into. I mean, he did his improv stuff. He did it well. Whatever that show was, that he was on with that same guy that was in his sitcom.
Oh shit! There's steam coming off my noodles.
You've got noodles.
Yeah, you know my in-game character eats more than I do.
He kind of looks it too. I mean, I'm sure it's the suit, but he's a little bit round.
Yeah, his face is round.
Mm-hmm. His suit looks kind of big.
Kind of looks like me.
The Big Lebowski is my mom's favorite movie of all time.
It's a pretty good choice.
Yeah.
No, you're Mr. Lebowski, man. I'm the dude.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Go ahead.
With what?
Oh, just the same way with America's Funniest Home Videos. I felt the same way. Like, who would send in pictures of their child getting hurt like that? Like, you know, they cut it off right before the kids started to scream and cry, guaranteed.
I wasn't quite smart enough to realize I was different, you know. Like to really realize it. To hide it, really.
Well, and you can only hide it so much, because if you're not participating with the toxicity of the tribe, then they're going to turn on you even more. You know?
True.
I was always the kid in elementary school, and I was blessed to have the opportunity to do so, especially before divorce, that even by the time I was in grade 1 in my split class, I saw kids having birthday parties that they couldn't invite the other kids to. And so I told my mom in grade 1, I don't want a birthday party unless I can invite everybody. Right? Might have been just all the girls. I don't remember. Probably just all the girls. My mom was probably like, just the girls then. But guaranteed, I don't think my mom would have done that, because we were we played with all her friends and stuff, right? But all I remember is being super insistent in grade 1 that everybody come. And my mom obliged. And as I went through elementary school, you know, I was picked on and stuff, and other people were picked on, and I was pretty good at pushing back, just like I am now, although I never ever turned around and called other people names. I didn't learn that till YouTube. So, you know, as that evolves through, you know, in grade 5, I had I was sick of it. I was so sick of it. I went to I filled a full scat piece of paper. I want to say both sides. It was probably just one side, with all the insults that had been slung my way since kindergarten, right? And I made an appointment with the principal, because I wanted to show him that if people were picking on me to this extent, right, and I'm me, right, like, what is happening to people who aren't as strong as I am, you know? And I wanted him to address the problem. Like, I wanted to have like a I wanted to pull a Jack Talcott trying to change the postal system, right? I really did. I was like, I want to, oh, sorry, names. Yeah, I just wanted him to see the problem and try and fix it institutionally. And he
This is
just
Stanton
wanted
at
to know the
Crusader.
names of
Thank you
who was
so much
bugging
for
me
taking on
now.
this responsibility.
And
We
he,
appreciate your
like,
hard work.
got those names out of me, you know? And they got whatever, suspended. Which wasn't the point. It wasn't what I was doing. It's fine. That's not, sorry, I'm eating a cookie. I'll stop. So as I go further on, I ended up moving away for a while, and I was an alone child with my mom when I started at a different school. And I walked up to a girl who was standing by herself in a full pink, like just hot pink. She was taller than everyone else. She was socially awkward. And I gravitated towards her because no one was talking to her. And no one was talking to me because I was the new girl. Well, I made the mistake of making friends with Lisa the first time I was there, asking her to come play Barbies with me. I was in an inner city school in Kamloops versus like a sort of, a more suburban sort of, middle class school in Kelowna. And these kids, they picked right down to kindergarten, picked on this grade 6 girl. Like everybody in the school picked on Lisa. I don't know what she picked her nose and eat it. I don't fucking care, right? Because I was so appalled. She was the girl that came home to play Barbies with me in grade 6. Meanwhile, most of my classmates were some of them anyway, were already sexually active, unbeknownst to me, right? So, but because Lisa was my first friend, and I wasn't going to drop a friend because the social hierarchy was insisting I do so, I sort of was on the fringe of the group, right? And so I move and I gather these sort of misfits, and then because I am who I am and because of where I was living relative to the school, over time I get to become friends with everybody. And so anytime I had a birthday party through my life, because since the first time my mom would let me invite everybody, but that wasn't going to be something that was going to go on, especially post-divorce. I always told people you can come to my birthday, but school rules don't apply, right? If you can't leave the school rules at the door, then you can't come. So I'm almost done the story. So then I get moved back to my old school, and all my friendships have sort of changed. And, in essence, in high school, I was fine to, people knew my dad, and, people wanted to sleep with my brother. And so all sorts of people wanted to be my friend. And I wasn't aware that those were the motivations of those people. So in essence, I had my main core group of misfit friends, and then I had all these other friends that also exist just socially at school and stuff. But we'd all gone to school since kindergarten and stuff. And anyways, it wasn't until I started comedy that I was hanging out with comedians, and they'd say stuff to me. We'd all be in line together, and I'd be being my usual self, and I'd say something apologetic, and they'd say, "Don't worry, Bex, we're all as socially awkward as you are." And I was like, what? Me? Moi? Because I had always seen myself as this gatherer of misfits, as the one who stood and defended the rejected ones, right? Never realizing that I'd been rejected too. That I wasn't like defending them. I was like, pushed with them. So when stuff was going down on YouTube, and some of my girlfriends would say to me, "People are treating me a lot different because I'm friends with you." I said, well, they were probably treating you different before you were friends with me, right? We accepted before, or are we matchy? End monologue. But I get what you're saying, Yeah, empathy was been my biggest weakness. I can't be around people getting hurt. If I care about you, I'm the opposite of my parents, right? If I don't know you and you've been injured and bleeding, it hurts me, okay? Like, my whole body tightens up and I want to run, but I can deal with it. But if you've been hurt, and I probably would have got over this as a mother, but if I feel if I care about you and you just cut your finger, it's like I just cut my finger, right? I'm just like, and I'm not emotionally erratic about it. My finger doesn't hurt. Other parts of my body get so tight. Everything gets so tight. I'm like, oh my God, it hurts so much. It's ridiculous. They say watching violence doesn't desensitize you to that stuff, but I'm living proof that it does. The TV does for me. Never desensitizes me to the. Okay. Here's what I was going to say when you were saying about people like, energy vampires and this stuff and how bad the America's bloopers or whatever those greatest videos was. The next level was these weird, those shows that, what's it called? Dateline or Candid Camera. Well, not the Candid Camera, but the Dateline kind of Candid Camera where they set people up and whether they're covering a racial issue.
Welcome.
Yeah, what would you do? That stuff is like, that's like Bang Bus for TV, It's like, I don't know if you ever heard about what Bang Bus was back in the day before YouTube. I mean, I didn't watch it. This is not, I used to get my weed from a guy. I used to get my weed from a guy that watched this stuff, right?
Sure.
And sometimes you gotta wait for your weed dealer, right? And he's like, oh, check this out. You're like, okay. But I mean, that stuff's crazy. And there's so many fringe sort of reality shows out there that did those kind of psychological operations on individuals, just to shock them. So we see all these shows where they're like doing plastic surgery or fixing a problem for someone, but my friend, a friend of a friend in LA, had a friend who they were doing a call to these shows. So two of my girlfriend's friends, these two women, applied to be on a show to have their breasts enlarged. And one of them, as my friend tells the story, one of them had perfect tits. There was nothing wrong with them. And the other one, wanted hers better, but she didn't want to go alone. And all of these women were fooling around with each other, right? They were having some sort of weird, whatever. They cared about each other. And it's one of the reasons why my friend was telling this story so offended, because they've all been intimate or whatever. It's kind of irrelevant, but it's why the one girl with great tits signed up to do this with her friend, right? Was like, oh, okay, I'll come in, and I guess they could make them a tiny bit bigger or whatever. And she probably did have insecurities, but ultimately, she went because her friend wanted. So they both go in to get these, or they consult, they get picked for this alleged show. I don't know where it ever aired. But the one girl with the great tits says to the doctor, I don't want them big, right? Like, I don't want them made really big. Like, just keep them, you should a B cup, make them a C cup, or an A cup, make them a B cup. And I don't want big boobs. And just be clear about that. So he's like, okay. So they put in like double D's. And the whole show was to film her being shocked at the size of her breasts. Probably made by the same people that made Bang Bus. And it was probably just for the internet. But so now this 50-year-old woman wanders around with these giant tits she's never been able to afford to have removed.
Wow.
All because she wanted to be a good friend. I'm not that good a friend. I'm not going under the knife right away.
Yeah, no.
That's just...
I will follow you all the way up to the cliff. And then you're on your own. I'm not even going to reach over the cliff and try to help you, pull you up. I'll go look for something. Like a stick or something. Some rope. A ladder. A fireman.
I'll stand at the top of the cliff, scream help for you, in hopes that someone give you. I've taken friends to the clinics to have abortions, and I would never have them. Easy to say. I can say it's easy to say. I have a good thought process, you know? I'm just saying, like, you couldn't put me in a situation where I wouldn't have them. Well, I mean, I guess, well, no, I shouldn't say. I was going to say, I don't want to parent a really stupid child. That's one of my lines in comedy. I'd tell all these bad dating stories, right? And very accountable about my bad choices, right? And I'd end each one with, I've got a broken picker, right? And as I was practicing through stand-up comedy, they'd tell me to drop the broken picker because they didn't know you only get bits. And, you know, when you're doing stand-up and learning how to do it, you have to pare away words. So a 2-minute joke has to become a 1-minute joke. And I very quickly, just like YouTube, saw how it all worked. I mean, comedians were helping me, oh, tape yourself, take out words. So I would tell all these tragic dating stories, and I lost like 70 pounds for the stage, right? So by the time I was telling these dating stories, like I was like this 44-year-old woman that I was so fit, and they just didn't match. It added so much to the jokes being thin over being fat because people were so confused. They were so confused. How could this happen to such a bright and brilliant? Anyways, I'd tell these dating stories and I'd end with, I've got a broken picker. And I'd expand on it. And sometimes but at the very end, I'd always say this. I'd say, you know, I've realized that that I'm not cursed with anything. I'm not cursed with anything. I'm actually blessed. You see, if a woman's body is designed to spontaneously abort substandard embryos, my body inherently knows that it couldn't parent a child as stupid as the men I've chosen to sleep with. I call this my reproductive autocorrect, you know? And it doesn't land the same. It doesn't land the same when you don't have all the jokes around it and the, you know, what's a pro bono prostitute, blah, 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 you know, just silly things, you know? But it was at the time, when I landed on that point. But that's where, I was just saying, like, I could never have an abortion, but maybe if I was raped by a bunch of retards. So I said that word. Maybe I probably would. But I took friends. My point of bringing that up was that, you know, I can do things that I don't agree with. Because it's, you know, and never would my friends have known that I didn't agree with them. That, what would be the point? You know? Support my friend, right? There's no point, you know? Now, maybe if I'd been picketing down, if I was someone who picketed down there with my opinions, then guaranteed I wouldn't be driving my friends, but they wouldn't be asking me either. They'd know I'm the one that's picketing, right? And they might not be my friends. But, so I'll take you somewhere. It might look like I'm following.
Somebody else is here.
Watching?
I'm not sure. I just heard them. I haven't seen them yet. Oh, it could have been me.
I can't see because the way that the screen's being shared, I'd have to hang up the call. I don't know how that happened. All I see is, I don't see our two avatars. I just see the computer, which is fine, or the game.
Oh yeah, I was talking about in the game.
Oh, I see. You hear them coming in. Different ships make different noises?
Yeah. I think I fucked this up. Shit. Yeah, this is not gonna work.
How come?
The cargo is offset. I don't have my loader. Somebody took it. And I went to load a new one and it's not working. God damn it. Yeah, there's just really nothing I can do. I gotta redo it all.
When you have to redo something, is there benefits? Like, at least you get some kind of experience points or something again?
No.
No, unfortunately. Pretty fast at it, though. How much
Yeah.
faster would it be with your loader?
Way faster. I'd be done already.
Well, at least you can just make a big mess with them, though. I mean, just shoot them down like that instead of like, oh, I've got to stack them because they're all full of eggs or whatever. Do you ever know what's in the cargo?
Yeah.
So more precious cargo, pirates might come, kind of thing.
If I like, this is an armistice zone, and I'm hauling like metals, legal material.
Yeah.
So, like, if I weren't, are you more likely to get hijacked if you're delivering copper for Walmart or if you're delivering cocaine for, Julio?
Good point. And you can take you can take those kind of contracts too, but you'll definitely, yeah. Do you have to have criminal status to?
No, see, what I'll do is I'll take a bounty, right, to hunt the criminal down.
Yeah.
And then I'll steal their stash, right?
I see. And when you do that, do you have to go find the buyer to, like, you have to go around asking, hey, you want to buy a litter X? Or is there, like, the crime business is...
Yeah, the underground market for drugs is pretty substantial. It's a lot like the United States. I can just go to, like, a no questions asked terminal or like a junkyard now, but again, places where you can sell drugs tend to attract pirates,
Yeah. It's meditative.
For sure. I don't like this kind of stuff, though. I wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for the special event. I'd be doing pew pew.
You're getting more, like there's some promotion where you get rewarded more for what you're doing.
It's a special event. The system needs resources. And here I'll show you what I get. What I'm getting. Fuck me! I could have did this twice with my loader.
Do you have a cat?
No.
No pets.
No, I don't really believe in keeping animals as pets anymore.
No. Sorry, my cat just came by. My cat is very much like a dog. So
I love animals, but I don't really want them like living in my house. Let's see. Something about comms, right? Game.
What was that? Was that the look of your ship that just flew by, or was that a different ship?
I wasn't looking. It wasn't mine, I don't think. So first I did Microtech. I did all 5 tiers. So I got this hat and this jumpsuit. I got this armor. I got this multi-tool, this pistol, this shotgun. The shotgun is fucking dope. This small machine gun, which was useless to me. I got this assault rifle. I have this ship right here. This is actually my ship. So I got this skin for it. I got all these other skins too, but I don't have them yet. I don't have the ship yet. I mean, I have had them, but it gets wiped a lot. So I've had, right now I'm renting this one, right? This raft is what I'm doing the cargo in. I've stolen one of these, a freelancer. I had it for a few days after I stole it. And then this one here, this Constellation, is like one of my favorite ships. Like it probably be the next purchase I make. And I've had a C2, this one too. And then if Microtech wins the race, this is what tier 5 will get you, this black armor here. And then I finished Hurston too. So I got this cap and this jumpsuit, this armor, this tool, pistol, shotgun, SMG. There's different colors, different branding. This is a lot cooler. The black and gold. And here's what my Aurora will look like. The black and gold. I do want a Zeus too someday. So here's the Zeus right here. And then you got your Constellation, your Raft, your C2. The C2 looks fucking badass like that. And here's what we'll get if Hurston wins the race. And this pretty good looking armor.
Cool.
This Hurston black. Now I'm doing this Crusader. And I've already got this hat, this jumpsuit, this armor, tool, pistol, shotgun, and I think I'm working on this right now. No, I just got this.
Cool.
Let me see. Yeah, I just got that. So all that's left now is the rifle. Where's my OBS? it's this assault rifle, and then I already have all these, so it'll be these right here, which essentially for me, since I don't want a Crusader or a Caterpillar, is just this Starlifter one, but it's fucking awesome. Also, Crusader is the planet that makes the Starlifter, and since I own one, I really would like to have, a Crusader skin for my Crusader ship. Plus, I like the color; it looks good in blue. And then, of course, here's if Crusader wins, this will be the armor they get. And then there's Arcor after that. I don't have any Arcor. I don't know if I'm gonna do it because they're ugly. So I don't really like that jumpsuit or that armor or any of the guns. I mean, this is kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
And with the way I do it, like using the loader and then just dropping the cargo onto the ground.
Yeah.
I can get tier 3 pretty fast. So I might do tier 3 so that I can get my Aurora and my Zeus. But look at the tier 5, like that's actually almost kind of ugly. The Starlifter here.
Yep.
The Caterpillar looks good in that color now. This middle ship here actually looks good in that color, but I'll never have a Caterpillar. But this one, the one that I do have, doesn't really look that good. So I might do tier 3 for the walls just because I can do that shit in 45 minutes with all the different.
And when it says livery, that means that it's in storage right now, like, or because isn't a livery where they used to keep the horses? So
it's a term for a skin, like a spray painting.
Oh, okay.
So it's basically just telling you we can paint your ship to look like this. And I do kind of like the Aurora. The Zeus looks badass in that Arcor color. The Connie looks kind of cool. But I don't know if it's worth tier 4, like, because basically what it takes to get tier 1, it takes twice as much to get tier 2. And
then twice as much?
Yeah, to get tier 3.
So it's a lot of work to get tier 4.
Right, because tier 4 is twice as much as it takes to get tier 3.
Yeah.
And that's the real jump, is between 3 and 4. Then 4 and 5 is just fuck you, basically, You have to do it 8 more times. It took you 8 times to get to tier 4. Now you got to do it another 8 times to get to tier 5.
And then do you mind showing me tier 5? Just again, stop for a sec. Like, do they come with fancier bells and whistles, or is it just a skin?
It's just a skin. And then, of course,
so it's kind of silly.
This armor, which is kind of cool, actually. The black armor for Arcor is cool, but only if Arcor wins. The status is here. You can see Hurston Dynamics is at the top, and it's practically finished. Like, there's a tiny little sliver right there. I don't know if you can see where my mouse is. And that's because...
So your mouse is...
Huh?
I don't think I can. Oh, yeah, I can see where your mouse is, I think. Maybe I can. Maybe I can't.
Oh, you know what? I have it turned off. Hold on.
The green light was loading at the same time that you said, oh, now I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, so right here.
Yeah.
You can, can't even hardly tell that it's got any left.
Yeah.
And that's because it's black and gold. It's the coolest looking one. So everybody did that first. Then the second, now my opinion why Microtech came in second is not because it's the second coolest looking one, even though arguably it could be. Is because Microtech actually has the largest amount of people who live there, who spawn there, right? And they actually are loyal to Microtech. Microtech is one of the few places in the game where it's like, you know, your people ride or die for their hometown. And then Crusader is coming in third. That's the blue ones. And you can see all the way in last place is Arcor, which is the ugliest one. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that's why no one's doing it, right? So the idea that Hurston's not going to win this is very unlikely.
Yeah.
So all tier 5 people who did tier 5 in Hurston will probably get this armor.
They'll get the black armor.
Hurston
Yeah.
black.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That one.
And so why you're saying that you might not, even if you're playing the Hurston and it wins, is because they'll all go to the tier 5s first? Is there a limited supply? Or are you not playing the Hurston for this armor right now?
I finished Hurston already.
Oh, I see.
I did Microtech first, because I'm from Microtech. Then I did Hurston because it had the coolest looking shit. Then I did Crusader because it also has cool looking shit. And I don't think I'm going to do Arcor after this. Like I said, I might do tier 3 because I can do that in less than an hour with all the different hacks that I have. I've done this so many different ways. Like I can do 192 SCU every 30 minutes. So let's see. Let me turn this off. Go back to here. 190. So to get to tier 3 is 777. So I can get to tier 2.
777. 777.
Yeah. I can get to tier 3 in 2 runs. And I'll have more than enough for tier 3. Sorry, tier 2. Tier 3. I can do in 4 runs. So probably like an hour and a half. Maybe 2 hours. Max. 3.5 hours, like fucking around, talking, live streaming, maybe crashing. You know, it's easy. I can do it in 1 session. But then it takes 6 to 7 hours to go from tier 4 or tier 3 to tier 4. And then it takes 10 to 12 hours to go from tier 4 to tier 5.
Wow. So each character is specific to, like, this. You can't switch the people with the person is each with its ship or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy only operates this. You're using your micro, whatever you said. I'm sorry. Let me just reset. You cannot change characters from one type of ships to the other. Like, the girl that was in one can't be brought over to the other ships. Like, the character's specific to the company.
No, those are just models. It was the clothing and the armor.
Oh, I see. So it's your same guy.
Yeah, you can use any character in any profession and wear anything.
Oh, so you can use your armor from one ship. Your suits you can wear in any ship. Your space suits.
Yeah, it's just branding.
Yeah.
It just looks cool and it has the logo of your hometown on it. Which in this case, in this universe, is also your home corporation, which I love about this game. Corporations took over space. And the Navy, like, regulates it. but it's largely contracted out to these huge mega corporations that literally have their own planets.
I'm not surprised. Is this millionaires use us? Millionaires don't, and billionaires use astrology or whatever. I was being facetious. I always wondered how we know how much value there is in an asteroid. I get it's just the estimated, it's a lot of estimations, but how do we know what makes the asteroid? Like, all asteroids have valuable metals in them, so we can just know that where it's gone in its orbit, that it's picked up more of things. Like, do you know how they value real asteroids?
They can't do them all. There's just some that we can do. So then we can make an estimate from there, extrapolate. Like, we've landed on an asteroid.
We have?
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, NASA actually hit an asteroid with a probe and it landed successfully.
All remote though, right? No, not manned.
Yeah, no man.
Yeah, of course. Like, this is all way out there. Even the ships going out that far are like Hubble style. Or was there a ship close by that was manning the collision or the probe to the asteroid?
No, it was a probe. Like Curiosity.
Oh, so the intention was to hit it, so that, or land on it, but yeah, got it. Like, the probe is never coming back. It sent
Yeah,
the
I don't
data
think
back.
so.
That's it. Yeah,
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Gambetti. Just doing my Star Citizen chores. I'm doing my part.
Hello there.
Oh, Bex, this is Gambetti. Gambetti Bex.
Gambetti?
Yeah, Michael
Hello.
Gambetti.
Nice to meet you. I'm learning about the game. Do you play? Yeah. Nice.
What do you mean? It's about the partisanship, though. It's not about policies or outcomes or any of that. It's literally just an outlet so that those people don't turn their frustrations against their betters. As a known Republican? Oh, yeah? Sounds like they knew. Plus, you probably said something all Republican-like, you know?
Think too, if you're known to be Republican, sometimes people will read sarcasm into what you're saying, even if you didn't mean to, and even if you're using all the words that wouldn't imply sarcasm. So they'll yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when you make up your own mind. They're programmed that way.
That's why they need leadership. That's why we can't tear apart the system. Everyone's like, oh, it'd just be perfect with nothing and no pleasing, and everyone can please themselves. The rejects can't. People just can't think for themselves. They need leaders. They need to follow people. They need to get in groupthink. So that has to be molded and sculpted, or else we'd be fucked. They'd be shooting people and laughing at them. Yep. And the way I've seen people behave on YouTube, even if I ever thought I didn't want it, I'm like, yeah, it's okay. I can deal with it, and I don't want to
for rules for thee.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why some people can reject religion so easily. It's like, we didn't need those rules. We already know. Thanks, right? Like, but they need the rules. They need the policing. They need to be polite. They don't have any concept of kindness or genuine, any authenticity. People say that the love is the biggest, that we can see that in each other, and it's the most visible, and it reaches out the farthest from us. I don't want to be all woo-woo, like I don't know what it's, but our energies, love is very visible, Yeah. But actually, bigger than that is authenticity, which implies that if you're authentically a loving person, then that's gonna, when you're feeling loving, then that's gonna, people are gonna really see it. But authenticity is one of the that's what we were talking about earlier, was just that authenticity. Some people's authenticity is inauthenticity, right? Like So, but yeah, they need those rules. They need to be polite. They don't know. They need to fake it till they make it, if they can make it. Yeah, it does. I kind of I'm glad, actually. I spent the last 3 years, I was on Facebook for years, and just in 2020 was when I really learned to I wouldn't say troll, but I was a troll, okay? I had looked on both sides of the equation. We get all the propaganda for I'm Canadian. We get all the propaganda for all the feeds still all about Trump and Biden and da-da-da-da-da. And I noticed that Canadians, you should have seen the memes that Canadians were sharing, right? Like, oh, maybe we should let them know if they so-and-so lose their election, that we'll adopt them. And I'm thinking, the Americans, doesn't matter what happens in America, you smug fucks, okay? They do not want to be adopted by you, okay? Like, the betterness, Canadians are the smuggest people on the planet, right? They really are. I mean, I'm sure they're smugger, right? Actually, yeah. Yeah. And here's the thing that we've been told, okay? Canadians have no sense of patriotism, okay? There's nothing that unites us. I would say the biggest thing that unites people in the pride of Canada would come in an immigrant, right? Immigrants would be very happy. Some of them are very happy to be here, you know? And that's where real Canadian pride comes from, the culture being built, you know, every day. But for people who've been raised here, we were told that we like burnt your library down, or like a shelf in your library or something, right? Like that we've twice tried to do things to you and twice